Okay, it's this one. Good morning, everyone. Welcome at ETHDubai Day 2. It's been a very intensive week so far here in Dubai for crypto conferences. I think today is one of the last days of the conference, so let's blast it off. Today, here at Track 3, I'll be your MC. I'm Chris Watton. I'm the founder and CEO of Moonblast. I'm the founder and CEO of P2P Solutions. Today, here at Track 3, we're going to have some amazing speakers. We're going to have some amazing topics. We're going to be talking about oracles, about layer 1s, layer 2s, about Beta Chain is going to show up as well. We have AI, Web3, Metaverse, UX, authentication for smart contracts, and the evolution for blockchains. Now, I would like to welcome to the stage our first speaker, Martin. He will be talking about a whole new way of how oracles will be working. Me, myself, I know about oracles as being a price feed for DeFi, and especially also as a price feed. It should be like that for liquidations for futures and options contracts. But I'm welcoming here the co-founder of Redstone to the stage.
Thank you. Awesome. Hey everyone, welcome, a few of you around here. Actually, you might have seen on the agenda our co-founder Marcin, but my name is Filip, and I'm here to replace Marcin as he couldn't make it here today. Also, since I'm not that technical person, the topic is slightly changed. Instead of the multidimensional price feeds, I'm supposed to talk about rollup as a service and oracles and what's the intersection between them. So, to kick things off, I would love to introduce you Redstone a little. For those of you that are not familiar with us, we've been around since 2022. Our founder has been around in crypto for much longer, obviously. But 2022, we announced our seed raise with investors like Lemnis Cap, Maven 11, Coinbase on the cap. Then in 2023, we announced another angel round, which was led by a lot of builders. Just to mention a few, Sandeep, Alex Gluchowski, ZKSync co-founder, or Emin, co-founder of Avalanche, were on our deck. And you might notice that a lot of these people that invested in us actually are building their own ecosystems. That's because they understand the importance of oracles when you build out the new layer 1 or layer 2 chain. Again, last year we launched our research arm and did a couple of very deep dives and very comprehensive reports. We did one on stablecoins, RWAs, yield-bearing products, LSTs, and LRTs. And I believe these deep dives give you a broad people, and 80% of them consist of actual builders and developers in the space. Now, to give you a short intro, I think a good question is, why do you need an oracle for your chain? So basically, oracles deliver data on-chain for it to be used in smart contracts. And now, I really like this short comparison of oracles being the internet connection for chains that are that have computing power, but they need the internet plug in order to be able to do the actual computation and use this information further. And now, in theory, oracles can deliver on-chain any kind of data. So it can be weather data, election, prediction markets, sports, whatever. But due to current culture of crypto markets, naturally the most demanded data is the market data, and that's what we actually focus on. And I have a question to our audience. If you guys have any idea what's the most utilized price feed through DeFi right now? Sorry? Yeah, simple as that. If USD is the most utilized feed, that's simply because it's the asset present on like pretty much all L1s, L2s. But also a lot of assets are actually denominated in ETH. So if you have like LRT price feed or LST price feeds, they are usually denominated in ETH, and that's why the ETH is queried like ETH is responsible for 90% of the price feed queries. Now, oracles have wide use cases in crypto, but currently pretty much the whole DeFi, or at least like most of the DeFi primitives, are reliant on oracles. And just to name like a couple of different types of projects that rely on oracles, those are usually lending markets like Aave or Venus, CDP stablecoins like, for example, Liquidity or Prisma, leverage protocols, composable leverage, Gearbox or Delta Prime, derivative protocols, Synthetics or GMX, yield protocols, for example, Sommelier, Enzyme, Extra Finance, or algorithmic stables like Minto or Frax Finance. And now the question to you guys, can you come up with 2 DeFi protocol types that doesn't require oracles? Just to whatever protocol that don't need oracles at all. Sorry? Exactly. DEXs are a perfect example. They do have some intersection with oracles though, since DEXs are a data source for most of oracles, especially if you have like on-chain native asset price feed. But yeah, this is like one of the DeFi dApps that doesn't require oracles. Another one I really like is peer-to-peer lending, and I always like to give the Blur Blend example, which is one of the few protocols that have sufficient liquidity while being oracle-less. And actually, if you can build an oracle-less protocol, while maintaining the capital efficiency, then you probably should do that, because it's always like additional attack vector. But so far, if you want to get the capital efficiency, the highest one, it's pretty much impossible not to rely on price feeds. So why oracles matter so much for rollup as a service? Basically, if you're kickstarting the new ecosystem, you need to have an oracle to have DeFi present on your ecosystem. And now with RAS, it's very simple to spin up new chains. The amount of time needed to create a new blockchain or like whole new layer is like moved from months or years to weeks or days. Now, what we can do as a rollup as a service creator or as a rollup creator, you can go to Chainlink, ask them for deployment on your chain, but they will probably tell you to circle back to like talks with them in a couple of months. The deployment will take pretty long time. I mean, don't get me wrong, we truly believe the DeFi space wouldn't be here without Chainlink, and they push forward a lot of great stuff, and we're really thankful to them for this. But for like new ecosystems, new chains, it's pretty much impossible to get them on board in like any reasonable time. And again, question to the audience, if you guys have any idea how many chains does currently Chainlink support? You can just bet, guess. Yeah, that's a close one. Actually, they currently support around 13, from what I, last time I checked. But yeah, that's pretty much the amount. Just to give you a little bit of the comparison, right now we are probably present on like 40 chains that are like actively growing and actively developing, probably 50 or 60 that are like present out there. And with current RAS, we expect to give a couple new chains integrations every month at least. So now the question is, why cannot Chainlink deploy on all these new chains? The key bottleneck is that on-chain data storage cost is high, and also every new integration requires much more additional monitoring. And the key consideration is that you need to set up strict update conditions for any new feed you deploy on any new chain, so that'd be heartbeat and deviation. And now this is pretty important because if you implement oracles to your ecosystem, there are a few models of data consumption, that being push and pull oracles. And now I will explain to you a little bit more about the differences between these two. So the push oracle model, this is like the OG or like classic model of data consumption. It was introduced by Chainlink back in like 2019, 2020, and is like mostly popularized for the whole DeFi. This is basically the model where you set up relier infrastructure on Oracle end, set based conditions, that be heartbeat and deviation. So for example, every 0.5% deviation and 24-hour heartbeat, you update ETH price on-chain and constantly push the price on-chain. And the second model, the pool model, works completely different. So basically, instead of deploying relier infrastructure and constantly pushing the prices on-chain, the data is stored off-chain and is being pushed into the ETM only when user makes a transaction. So only when data is needed, that's the moment when the gas is being paid and the data is being injected. That allows for like higher refresh rate, but also much more efficient way of consuming data. Now, with push model, what's different is you have gas coverage and whole infrastructure coverage, either on protocol or Oracle's ends. That meaning like 24/7 monitoring needed and like additional steps and additional infra like RPCs, for example, needed for this implementation. While in pool model, let's say user deposits into the protocol, it's his transaction that makes the price go on-chain. So he pays a little bit additional of gas, but there is no gas cost recurring on Oracle's end. Now, in terms of cross-chain scalability, if you like build new layer, you naturally want to have at least a couple of feeds available. Like 10 is reasonable, 5 at least is reasonable. So with the push model, for every single new feed, you need to deploy a new piece of infrastructure, which again gives you much more work and more costs. With pool model, you can maintain a lot of assets while not really like deploying a lot of reliers or setting conditions for every single asset. That's because it's automatically pushed on-chain by user transactions. And again, the second, the next condition, which is the number of feeds, naturally in the push model, it's limited. With pool model, it's much more versatile and much more flexible. So you can have multiple data laying out there and just being injected on-chain when the protocol calls the data. Now to explain you how the standard push model works. Basically, the data is first being aggregated from data sources like data aggregators, CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, CEXs, like for example, Binance, OKX, KuCoin, DEXs like Uniswap, SushiSwap, where the liquidity is. Then node operators, aka data providers, take out the data and push it into smart contracts on target chains. Then the data is read by that smart contract. What's the problem with that model? Again, it's non-scalable across chain. The cost of storing that data is expensive, and you need to pay it even if you don't really need that data at the moment, and the number of assets you have is limited. We like to really do this comparison of the push model to email. So email was the first way of messaging. It's still used around, and it's still very good for some use cases, but you currently have a lot of different ways of communicating, like Telegram, Instagram, whatever you use. So we believe the push model is here to stay. It will still be around and probably a good fit for some types of dApps. But we believe the pull model will get more and more popular and more market share into the time. Now, what's the data flow with the pull model? Basically, the first step is quite similar, where you have the data sources and data provider nodes taking out the data. But then, the data is being injected into the middle layer. It's essentially like, in our example, a stream of nodes, off-chain stream of nodes. Every single data provider that is allowing for on-demand data has this middle layer. For example, for PIF, it's PIFnet, which is Solana fork, but they own the whole supply of the tokens, so it's very cheap for them to push the prices to their middle layer. And then the data is being pushed from the middle layer into the target chain through different ways. So, for example, PIF uses Wormhole for it, which is a bridge for cross-chain messaging. Another way of injecting data from the off-chain component is through liquidator pushing the price on-chain. So let's say user gets liquidated, and liquidator who liquidates his position, for example, on Aave, is pushing the data with his liquidation transaction. Or the way we actually implemented it is to piggyback user transaction and inject the data in the call data of user transaction. So basically, when user interacts with the protocol in any way, he pays a little bit more in gas, and it's his transaction that is pushing the data from the middle layer into the target L1s or L2s. And you can go to our showroom.redstone.finance, where you can find 40 different chain integration and just query the data out there yourself, check out how it works. So now, what's the main, I would say, conditions based on which you should pick your Oracle provider for your new rollup? So the main conditions are waiting time. So how long does it take for the Oracle to deploy on your new chain? And now, again, with push model, it's much longer time. With pull model, it's usually much faster. What's the cost? Again, push model requires much more monitoring and infrastructure to be present on chain. Pull model is faster and cheaper. But you also should be aware of the types of application that you want to bring to your ecosystem. That's because, being transparent, at least for now, most of the dApps, which basically means they don't want to adjust their code in order to be compatible with the pull model. So when you pick which type of the Oracle you're looking for, you really should first look into how the ecosystem landscape look like and what you're looking to have into your ecosystem. Now, to give you some case studies, Manta Pacific, this is one of the RAS user. It's basically a chain that was built on top of Caldera, and first it used OP stack. Currently it's built on the ZK EVM stack. It got very fast, almost 1 billion TVL. Currently it fell down a little, but we're securing most of the assets out there. Another example is Lisk. For OGs around here might be aware of the dinosaur coin that is currently might be getting another life thanks to building a new L2, and they are going to do it with Gelato and OP Stack. And this, like, there is a trend of chains going into some tech stack and like moving to EVM L2s. That's because, at least from what we've seen so far, except for Solana, for example, non-EVM chains don't really get much users and like tons of liquidity. So we are expecting this trend to accelerate of a lot of old L1s moving into L2s using the actual tech stack of the other provider. So now I'm going to slowly wrap it up, and we'll have to like touch upon main Oracle parameters to keep in mind when you pick the Oracle provider. So basically, customizability is one of them. If you can decide which data providers you want to utilize for the particular assets. Redundancy, so what are the potential fail points for the Oracle to go down? How does the compatibility looks like? So if the Oracle is like fully cross-chain, fully EVM compatible, for us, for example, with EVMs, it's pretty much out-of-the-box compatibility, at least for most of them. Number and types of data feeds available. So how easy it is to add new asset, but also how easy it is to maintain the price feed. This is another important factor. If you have the on-chain and off-chain price sources, so basically there are a lot of yield-bearing tokens right now that are very on-chain native, and you have to have proper tools to aggregate the on-chain liquidity and on-chain data solutions in order to roll out the feeds for them. Another important factors are aggregation methodology. So if it's robust against, for example, wash trading, so if it's volume-based or liquidity-based, you have proper slippage checks in place. What were the historical mispricing manipulations? If you get any guarantee, any kind of collateral that you can get if there is some damage within the Oracle pricing, how much you need to pay for the Oracle integration and for the maintenance, and fundamentals like how does the governance, tokenomics, all this looks like, and probably like 100 other different aspects when choosing the Oracle. Now, slowly wrapping it up, I wanted to show you guys ETH Warsaw a little. That's because a lot of our team members currently live in Warsaw, and we're also involved in preparing the conference. So I think it's a very good time to come to Warsaw, and like if you need a good excuse to visit Poland, next September might be a good one. And yeah, that's pretty much it on my end. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be around pretty much for the whole day. And thank you so much for coming. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much for that, Stefan, or Philip, for replacing Martin. Next up, we would have the topic about decentralizing the world, AI, Web3, Metaverse in Matrix Universe. Do we have the speaker of Matrix Universe around? As there is nobody standing next to the stage or around, I do not think so. We would have a pause after that. So we will not be having any speakers for the next, I would say, an hour. No, we have a 45 minutes break basically now, I think. So see you in 45 minutes. Just give it to you? Well, I can announce you.
You want to put this one? 没有，还没开始。
Yeah, I'll announce it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was a small break there. Next up, we're going to be talking about decentralizing the world with AI, Web3, and the metaverse in Matrix Universe. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Zhao, who's going to be talking about these topics with you.
Thank you, guys. Well, this is supposed to be the last day, I think, because in the previous 5 days, for myself, I organized more than 5 events and kind of surviving the really, huge, massive rain. So, yeah, I'm the founder of ChainID, actually. So, and this is one of our incubating project called Matrix Universe. So for ChainID, what we are building is we are develop tools. We help with the coders, help them to compile and deploy smart contract. Operation in more than 185 countries. We connect a lot of builders and also, ETHDubai, Ethereum Abu Dhabi. We're always be there to support. And for myself, I also co-organized Ethereum Shanghai and also Ethereum Riyadh. Yeah, just a quick intro about ChainID. So we help developers on Ethereum, on BNB chain, on Flow, on Polygon. We help these kind of builders to help them to compile and deploy smart contract. And we do a lot of education, a lot of hackathons, and we organize a lot of events. And for Matrix Universe, this is one of our major supporting projects. I think in the last cycle, we sell our NFTs and raise around $10 million. And after that, we do a really good fundraising, get some money from Valley. And this year, this cycle, we try to present the Matrix Universe as an autonomous Intelliverse. Yeah, so for Matrix Universe, we want it to be a Web3, a metaverse, and composition of AI. We want to discover a unique entertainment ecosystem at the intersection of Web3, the metaverse, and AI. We will split the whole stuff into 3 pillars. The first one is autonomous. A decentralized systems promoting freedom and harmony for all. This is very important. And second pillar is about intelligence. It's always about AI nowadays. We see Character.ai and we see a lot of AI GC stuff. It's really booming up in the last 3 years, I think. And for our Matrix Universe, we want to elevate entertainment with cutting-edge AI technology. And the third one is the verse. We should say that it's a world. It's a boundless multi-chain metaverse of endless possibilities. So for now, we have already connect both Ethereum and Flow, and later on we will connect into more chains because recently we find Bitcoin ecosystems is really interesting. We want to catch opportunities, liquidity, and all the traffic from Bitcoin's ecosystems also. I know that nowadays, to be honest, I think Bitcoins capture the value to issuing assets in the last cycle. Because this cycle, we didn't see Ethereum is just going back, but for Bitcoins, we see OD, we see inscriptions, we see kind of interesting stuffs there. So we are trying to expand into more chains recently. Yeah, Matrix Universe, jump a little bit. Yeah, so for Matrix World, it is a central social nexus. We want to engage in a multi-chain 3D metaverse, dive into an expansive social hub designed to onboard users into a world. So nowadays, everything is real, is online. If you type matrixworld.org, you can just directly play with it. It is a browser-based metaverse, and we built that for 3 years. And the second one is matrix intelligence. We're empowering user experience with AI. So this is the AI augmented experience for all. We're leveraging the cutting edge AI services to craft unique user experience. So actually, this one is more like a ChatGPT. You can talk with some animes, you can talk with some characters inside the Matrix universe. But this kind of NPC, non-player characters, they are kind of interesting. When you talk with him, when you teach with them, you can get some interactions and they can gain your experience. So inside our world, the NPCs, they are not stable. Whenever you talk with them, you talk with them more and they will interact more. The final one is about Matrix Treasure. So we want to have an economy backbones. So we want to reward the participation with on-chain ecosystems. So at the heart of Matrix Universe economy is the Matrix Treasure. We support the Matrix Universe tokens, and also we will have some mining games. When you play with some games, and also you see some advertisement, you can get some rewards. Jump a little bit. So this is Matrix World. It is a browser base for easy access, and we have AI-powered NPCs to bring life to metaverse. And also we have the frictions Web 2 to Web 3 transitions, and we are user-friendly content on board. So I will show you some pictures. Jump a little bit. Yeah. So for this kind of downtown area, you can have a lot of games, and you can have a lot of meetings, and also ETHDubai's hub. In this ones, you can directly to enjoy with this experience at our booth. And also this is a cargo area. So this area is a place that all the people will on board. So the background story is more likely that we go to a new planet with a spaceship and you are there. And also we have some campus areas. So we collaborate with University of Alberta. Our president and our dean of computer science also support us. And we kind of do a digital twins of the whole university inside, and we bring some AI NPCs, and also later on we will have some education programs like the universities inside the Matrix universe. And this is the downtown area. And we will have an instance user space. This one is very interesting because as we all know that for big metaverse, everybody just running and trying to find different things that you can interact with. But at this kind of instance user space, you can have some unique and isolated games. Inside this kind of games, you can have some Hoover games, and you can have some mining games, and we can collaborate with different chains. For example, now we get support from also Immutable X, and also get support from Flow. They can give us something like the NBA Top Shot, the NFTs, and also we can get something like the tokens. So inside the mining games, you can mine the real tokens and you can mine the real NFTs. This one is a little bit interesting. And also for this kind of instance user space, we can connect with small games. And this kind of small games will adding values for the people that want to enjoy something they can play with, they can interact. This is very important. And these are the instant base, for example, there's Ethereum Social Exhibition Hall. So inside that, we will keep all the stories about, the events, Ethereum conference, summit inside, and we will that people can show and can enjoy. And also for this kind of characters inside the social hub, you can interact with it. Just like the Ready Player One, there's a museum, and you can interact with him and to see the history of Ethereum. And in this kind of the hoverboard games instance, you can do a racing with your friends, and you can race by yourselves, and you can challenge the records. So all these things are done, and you can play with this now today. And we will have the sample instance user space that you can build your own room, and you can put your own website display, Twitter feed walls, video billboards, and lots of stuff. Jump a little bit. Matrix Intelliverse. So this is the design for users, and also it's virtual sensible and creative unleashed and involves the intelligence. So this is the Matrix AI. So for the AI stuff, for my background, I think I have some old techniques about AI. So when I study the AI, I know the supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforced learning. Because I studied AI like 10 years ago, my supervisor is also an expert in AI. He's a triple AI fellow and go to Google Brain. But for myself, I'm more like from the blockchain stuff because I'm a coder, start at year 9. And when I reach the Web3 stuff, I start to coding. And I kind of the first wave of coders on Ethereum ecosystems. And later on, we do a lot of NFTs, DeFi, GameFi, blockchain stuff. But I mean, for this AI stuff, this is done by our Canadian teams. They are very experts. They got PhDs in machine learning, and they know how to, AI augment all the stuff. But for me, I think the important thing is that you can mint the UGC as NFTs, and you can store the important key metadata, such as personal IDs, and also the agent IDs, and all these kind of models, and all the unified information on the blockchain. So I think this is very important. We want to merge the AI and blockchains together, not only for the economic side, but also we want to keep the models, keep some key informations on blockchain. And we use IPFS or Arweave as an infra. And this is the things we have already built. You can find some NPCs for the universities in our maps now. And now they are trying to sell you some course, maybe not sell you some course, but introduce, what we have at the computer science in University of Alberta. But later on, we will have more kind of these AI characters to show what we have and to do what we have done. And this is from character.ai. So later on, we were bringing this kind of animates, some Japanese characters, and also some this kind of AI bot. You can chat with them, and they will learn from your talk, and they will gain some experience about what you have done. So this part, we plan to collaborate with Nervous. Now they are having their new standard for the NFTs called DOP, and they just have their first DOP called Unicorn. And later on, we will present different kind of version of the unicorns, and you can talk with this kind of bot. The next one is the Matrix Treasure. So we want to empower the user values. So we promote the sustainable engagement by empowering users to contribute values, and we guarantee the incentive to all. We governance the contents and contributions, and we have the proof of value to earn. So this is basically what we have for the users. They get insight. We want them to first, they will get their subscriptions about their Matrix pot, which means they will mint a SBT to represent their traffic, to represent who they are. And then they can enjoy different games, they can enjoy different AI stuff, they can enjoy different instance plays, and they can mark this kind of content. Because we want to do a criteria that can select the good content and also select the entertainment part. And if for the content consumers, they will see the best content they have ever seen. And for the content creators, if they get inside our ecosystems, we can give them some grants. And these kind of grants can help them to get inside different AI PU models. They can generate their own values. And also for content publishers, we want to have a quality at the front end, and we take care of the curating high quality content. Recap. So we split the whole metaverse, and not only metaverse, but the anomalous world into 3 pillars. The first one is Matrix World. It is a centralized social nexus. So we want to onboard this kind of quality content. For example, the universities, for example, Ethereum conference, for example, the summit, and also some education materials on Matrix World. And later on, we will also have the Matrix Intelligence, which means we will have the AI chatbot to empower all the NPCs in this metaverse. And in the back, we will have some economic backbones. So we will let the users, they can come and they can earn something. And they are earned not only by, they come and they come as a bot, they can get the tokens. So we will connect with more partners. So we want to onboard their games, we want to onboard their entertainment, we want to onboard their apps inside this kind of great great universe. Labs, this is not important. So our team is founded in Vancouver in 2017. And it's around the same time as China has grown. and we do primary sales. We have a lot of good friends. And our teams graduate from University of Alberta, and we are all coding monkeys. So, I mean, basically, we are all coders. And we get some investment from Skyline, from Animoca, and from Bonfire, from a lot of capitals. That's it. Pretty simple. And I think I can show you something if this network is good. Let me see. So this is our, official website, and inside you can see there's a word, and now you can connect with your different wallet. I see there's no wallet here, but actually, even if you have an email, you will be able to connect with it. Let's see. So this is all, this is all depends on the Wi-Fi here, and also the sample PCs. We didn't use any other stuff. I think it may need to download a little bit. We do not have clients. All these kind of things are browser-based. So I hope this one can be downloaded. Let's see. Console, source. Interesting. So I think the network is not that stable, but it's okay. We have a booth there. If you go to my PCs, you will be able to see that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Xiao. I'm awesome about the whole ecosystem that they have been developing. Unfortunately, about the network here, but they have a booth here, so please, everybody interested in their ecosystem, what they have developed, please join them at their booth. I know for sure that I'm going after announcing our next speaker. Do we have Eric around? Eric is right here on the first row. Eric, you ready? Or need 5 minutes? What? Give him a minute. What Eric is going to bring to us is a workshop learning how to build your first dApp. But as we're all doing crypto, we're all working 24/7. So in the meantime, the description is wrong. Oh, yeah.
I can introduce it though.
Can you send the presentation?
No.
No? Let's see.
I could, but the internet connection's all screwed up right now, so it'll probably take too long.
Let's take this one aside.
I did put everything onto just my slides, so I don't have to do anything weird.
All right, let's do it like that then.
Doesn't matter. Can I get my All right, so evidently on the workshop or the track listing, they put something about building your first app. So that's a workshop I did like 2 years ago here. Today I'm going to be talking about UX and DX in Web3, kind of exploring and reminding people in Web3 kind of what we're forgetting about building a good user interface, building a good user experience into their dApps, and we'll go over some of the technologies and EIPs that I think are paving the way for creating a better user experience. And just give us 1 second while we get this sorted up here. So hold on a second here. Let me turn this mic off so I can set it down. So if y'all just want to give us 1 minute, what we'll do is we'll just pull the slides over on this machine that they were using, and hopefully everything works there. Hold on, I need that computer for a second because I need to see what the URL is. Sorry. I guess I'll use this mic right here. Can you turn me down just a tiny bit? Just a tiny bit. All right. Let me get that mic out of the way. All right, so finally, a few minutes late. I might keep you guys a few minutes into lunch, but don't worry, there's plenty of food to go around. So this talk is designed for everyone from hackers, engineers, product managers. I'm not going to teach you how to build your first Web3 dApp. I don't know why they had that on the description. I guess it was from last year's talk. Again, this talk is for designers, CEOs, investors, average users, smart contract developers. There's something for everyone, but mostly it's geared towards builders. My name is Eric Bichard, and I am from Consensus and MetaMask. If you want to follow me, I'm HTTP Junkie on Twitter, Telegram, Warpcast, and any other account that that I've probably signed up for. Yeah, I'm currently working with Consensus and MetaMask in developer relations. I'm the MetaMask DevRel manager, and today we're pretty much just going to be talking about UX. It's not going to be super technical. I will go into a few technical slides about EIP 6963 if we have time for that, but basically, I just created this because we had some crazy experiences this week. So as we prepare to welcome the next however many users into Web3 ecosystem, I think we need to fortify our foundations with accessible interfaces that can withstand the flood, pun intended. Basically ensuring that trust and comprehension are not washed away. A quick overview of the talk. We're going to talk a little bit about user experience, developer experience, what might DX influence in UX in Web3, products and technologies that I think can help you right now in Web3 to build a better user experience for your users. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. So what is user experience? I'm kind of old school. If you can't tell by the grays I'm trying to hide in my beard. When I think of user experience, I don't think of a UX designer first. I think of the overall experience that a user is going to have with a product or a tangible good. So in my honest opinion, the user experience is everything that touches upon your user's experience, period. Be it a Web3 application or, you know, the shitty scooter that I rode to ETHDubai the other day. A user's experience is everything, and I find kind of a lacking in a lot of dApps that I visit in Web3. It's getting better, but I think that we're forgetting sometimes. We're putting a lot of detail into the infrastructure and the overall, like our smart contracts and all this stuff, but we're forgetting about the basic user experience. I see a lot of dApps that sometimes feel like an MVP or a demo to me, or that they've forgot to include a product designer in kind of creating their final product. A great resource that I think that everyone should watch, even kind of front-end developers specifically, though product designers, is this. This is a talk from Ben Sharfstein, and it goes a lot more in depth about product design than I'm going to be able to go into this talk. And I just think that there's a lot of very obvious things that you can do, and I think we all know them, but I think we forget to think about them, and we forget to second guess our applications before pushing them out to production. And so I've been trying to develop this talk to, I guess, try to harp on those things and to get people to remember that the things that we learned in Web 2 as Web 2 developers, whether it's accessibility or good design in UX and UI, shouldn't be forgotten as we build in Web 3, or we're not going to be able to attract those people that we want to come over to Web 3. UX is everything. On the right, we're looking at Uniswap's Connect Wallet experience. It uses EIP 6963. So they were one of the first dApps that I saw to actually implement this. And it's a very simple kind of technology. The EIP 6963 is a few interfaces and types that you can pull into your application. And it gets away from using the window.ethereum object. And now, although I do think that there's going to be different ways of connecting to wallets in the future, right now this is a step in the right direction. It's fairly easy to implement. And basically what it does is it just looks through your browser extensions to figure out what wallets you have, and it displays them. You can still do it the old way, where you have a certain number of wallets that you kind of approve for your dApp, that you have these very specific ways of connecting to them kind of hard-coded into your dApp. But with EIP 6963, it allows you to at least find those providers in the browser and kind of iterate over them and give a very easy way of connecting to each of them. Uniswap is also just overall a good user experience in Web3 and always has been. It just works, and they have gone the extra mile to ensure that most everyone can use this interface in their language and in their currencies. That's super important. More importantly, Uniswap is great because everyone on their team, from the back end, front end, smart contract devs, and when I say back end, I mean kind of like the decentralized smart contract back end stuff, UX designers, PMs, everyone on their team seems to have been in lockstep in creating a usable product, something that I don't see in every single dApp. But when you finish building that new MVP or this product that you're going to release to the world, I think you should at least ask yourself, how does it stack up to something like Uniswap, even if it's not similar to it? Or find that piece of UX out there in the Web3 world that you think is a great user experience and say, how does my dApp stack up to something like that, even if they're not similar? UX designers need to work directly with UI devs and know what tools to use. So as you have a team and you have these basically front-end developers that are building your product, it's good to have a UX designer and to have those two people working together. So it's not practical to outsource UX design and not have those UX designers know what tools and technologies and frameworks that the UI and web developers are using. This creates unnecessary work for your devs. Takes a lot longer to do it, and the product ends up being nothing like the design the UX designer actually envisioned. So if your devs are using React, Tailwind, or maybe even, God forbid, something like Bootstrap, the UX designer needs to know about those things and needs to design for those tools. This is obvious, but I think it suggests that if you don't know your target audience, if you don't know who your users are, and you don't know you don't do the proper testing, research, studies, interviews, and receive feedback from your users, you won't be able to build a product that is actually great for your users to use and that provides them with a good user experience. Some final thoughts that I kind of have on UX is as you start to build your next dApp product or service, think about it from a user's point of view always. Start small and iterate. Starting too large and having your hand in too many pots, doing too many things and initiatives at once is always a recipe for disaster. Sweat the details, build the most obvious features first, and nail them. Your user requirements should dictate what the next feature is beyond that as well. So overall, what is developer experience? So from your docs to your tutorials, articles, workshops, and presentations, the actual experience a developer has when building your tools. So maybe you're not building dApps, maybe you're building tools. In the case of DevTools, put your product in front of hackers. Get the feedback that's needed to shape the product and iterate your developer experience for your product. For your tools, I'm sorry. On the right, this is an example of the WAGMI docs. I don't know how many front-end developers we have in here. I'm a front-end developer, but what they have front and center is a get started, why WAGMI, GitHub link. I mean, those are kind of important, but they have the React hooks that I need, the TypeScript support that I need, how to connect to wallets, information about VM, which WAGMI is built on top of. So everything I need as a dev is at my fingertips with the minimal amount of clicks to get to it. And when I try these docs, when I try these tools, they just work. Another one is QuickNode. If you're a Web 2 developer, Vercel. These people have docs that just work, and it's the first part of developer experience, but is also, in my opinion, one of the most important ones. As a DevRel, when I go to a company and I'm working for a company for the first time, the first thing that we tackle is the docs. Put ourselves in the shoes of the developers that are going to be using these tools, find the gaps, fix them, and then start to build demos from there on how to use it. Your users don't want to know about your features either. As you release new features, don't just tell them what the features are or do blog posts about what the features are. There's this thing I like to call like the Super Mario analogy, and it's applicable to more than just kind of developer experience, but I think it's a good analogy for developer experience, is that Mario, the guy in Super Mario Brothers, doesn't give a shit about the flower, right? The little flower that he gets, he cares that it allows him to shoot fireballs, right? So show your users or your developers or whoever's building with your tools or your product how they can shoot fireballs. And I think if you remember that, you're always going to be able to create a good developer experience for them, or at least teach them and educate them on how to use your tools. How does DX influence UX in Web3? I don't hear people talking about this a lot, but I think using products providing a good DX or developer experience makes it easier for those developers to in turn create a good user experience.
Hello, yes. Yeah, so
hello.
I think there's been a lot of experimentations with on-chain identity management tools in the past, and I don't think there's been any that has been particularly successful, apart from maybe WorldCoin. And
I think she had something more important than me to say. She didn't like my talk.
Like AI makes most people's
so with that being
work
said, it's on
somewhat
us builders
redundant,
to know
and
how.
on-chain identity.
No, I'm gone. Check, check, check. 1, 2. All right. So with that being said, I don't know what I just said, but it's on us, the builders, to know how to use these tools versus out-of-the-box features or customize in more specific technology. You can't rely solely on the tools, like I mentioned earlier, Tailwind, WAGMI, and VM. You need subject matter experts.
There are scalability blockers in between, like what Vincent was talking about, and there are...
If you have a good developer experience, here we go. If you have a good, if you build tools, now I'm in a pool or something. Okay, now I got to echo. If you have tools that have a good user experience, one of the things that we're starting to see in Web3 is we're starting to see all these tools that allow developers to build better products and better user experiences. And that just wasn't the case when I started in Web3 even 4 years ago, right? in Web 2, we had all these amazing tools, and we still use some of those tools in Web 3. As front-end developers, I think you have to remember that a lot of the tools that we're using are Web tools, and as far as creating a user experience, a lot of the same rules still apply. Yes, there's this decentralized nature to everything, but when you're building an interface is just an interface. Products and features and EIPs for good developer experience in UX in 2024. So a few of these I'm going to go over. You can see the list here. I'm just going to go ahead and skip to the next page because I feel like we're running short on time. But AI. So although AI is not a specific tool or product, AI is set to play a huge role in the Web3 ecosystem, enhancing UX, ensuring robust security, and opening up blockchain technologies to a wider audience. So by leveraging AI for personalization, automated smart contracts, security, accessibility, so we can drastically improve the intuitiveness and inclusivity of Web3 platforms. So as we integrate AI with blockchain, we're not just building smarter applications, but we're actually making them easier to use and more accessible to everyone. So it should be a tool in your toolbox to create a better user experience, because AI helps. Cookbook.dev. It's a good reason, this is a good example of how AI can help. I don't know if any of you have ever gone to cookbook.dev, but if you know a developer or even someone who's researching the different protocols in Web3, give them this link. They probably haven't heard of it. Cookbook lets you find any smart contract, protocol, and library, and you can access chain quick starts and fine-tuned, and they have AI chatbots that make it easier to kind of answer your questions about these different documentations that they aggregate all into one space. But they're also using AI in the background to kind of do all this aggregation of these different documentations from across Web3. So in Web3, dev resources are often scattered. Builders need to learn many different technologies and read many docs. Cookbook aggregates, like I said, those resources and makes the learning process a lot easier. Check out these guys. Again, this is more of just like making you aware of things that are going to help you to be a better builder in Web3, or maybe help your team become a better builders in Web3. Gelato Networks. I don't have to say a lot about them. They've been here at the conference. Hopefully you've seen some of their talks. But automation and reliability infrastructure, developers can focus more on building innovative features rather than managing like repetitive tasks or custom infrastructure. So enhanced user interaction by automating smart contracts, contract executions. It provides users with a smoother and more seamless experience. And when you have tools like this at your disposal as a developer, the things that you can build in Web3 are amazing. QuickNode, I think I put the wrong, I was going to hide this one because I put the wrong information on this slide, but QuickNode is something like Infura, and it's just, I think the point I wanted to make with that is they're really doing a great job with providing developers with tools and good documentation. We have MetaMask Snaps, if you haven't heard about this. So through interoperability, MetaMask Snaps can expand the wallet's functionality. As a developer, you can build something for MetaMask and not have to wait for us to build it, and cater to users engaging with non-EVM chains in a secure manner. So, you know, with Snaps, this is our kind of entry point into non-EVM and kind of omni-chain managing of assets with MetaMask. So through security, Snaps implements measures such as checking recipient addresses against known phishing databases, simulating transactions to determine their potential outcomes, and ensuring users have a clear picture before confirming any action. So I've kind of shifted from talking about tools and technologies that I think can help you build a better AI. I'm just kind of showing you now a few of the things that we're doing at MetaMask to make our user experience better and to give users of MetaMask more confidence in using their wallet. We also have an SDK that any developer can use. It's a library that provides a reliable and secure seamless connection from your dApp. So imagine this, connecting a dApp to a mobile MetaMask in the past was super hard. We have an SDK that allows you to do that. It also allows you to batch RPC requests, and it's that. And you can connect to extension or mobile with the SDK. So whenever you go to a dApp, you see this little QR code if you want to connect to mobile, or if a desktop, we just connect in the traditional way to the browser. So although a very kind of small product, it doesn't do a lot. It connects to mobile and does a lot behind the scenes to keep that connection persistent. And also cool little endpoints that allow you to do like, again, RPC batching, things that you can't normally do with MetaMask. RPC batching is coming in MetaMask, but we already have it in the SDK. And so whenever MetaMask actually gets that in the core code, we'll just switch our implementation to what they're building. But we already have it here. MetaMask portfolio, if you haven't checked out the MetaMask portfolio, basically it allows you to kind of connect your wallet and buy, sell, swap, bridge, stake, all this kind of stuff in one central place. But the reason I'm showing it is because if you haven't heard of it, go check it out. But what the portfolio is doing is, for our SDK product, is they're being our user zero, and they're testing out our SDK and making sure that the user experience and the developer experience is great. And by the time they get done helping us with kind of figuring out all the gaps and all the issues with the SDK, we now have a good product to send out to developers to help them build better user interfaces. Account abstraction, again, not something we need to go into, but you should be learning about account abstraction. It is a major kind of technology in Web3 that's going to usher in better user experience, better onboarding. As it introduced EIP 4337, poised to kind of redefine our interactions with the Ethereum ecosystem. It facilitates gasless transactions and enables secure logins and simplifies the overall technical complexities. Finally, EIP 6963, multi-provider discovery. If you haven't heard of this one yet, EIP 6963 is pretty simple. It is, it's a new EIP. It has a few interfaces and types that you can pull into your application, and within a few lines of code, you can detect all of the wallets that are installed in the browser, iterate over them, show their icon, show their name, create a connect function to connect using, ETH_request accounts, or, the standard way that you would connect to a wallet. And although I can't use my computer to do a demo, because that's, no matter whether I was using mine or this one, it just wasn't working. So, well, I had some slides in here that show you how to use EIP 6963, but they're on that computer, and evidently they didn't get transferred over. But what I'll say really quickly is, if you go check out EIP 6963 on the Ethereum EIP site, you'll just see a few types and interfaces there. As a developer, you can copy those into your application, and through those, you can get access to the request method of EIP 1193, and you can now find these providers that are in like an object array, iterate over them, create the user interface that we saw before. And one of the things that EIP 6963 helps, besides kind of pulling us away from using window.ethereum as a developer, it also, there's a UUID, which is like a unique identifier for each wallet, which I don't know if anyone's ever done this before, but there's several different wallets out there that identify as MetaMask or as Coinbase or these other ones that normal dApps get confused with. So Rabby Wallet is one example. If I have Rabby Wallet and MetaMask installed in my browser, typically I'll go to a dApp and it'll say, hey, connect with your MetaMask, and I'll click on that and it'll open up Rabby Wallet or some other Coin98 wallet that I didn't even know I had installed. So EIP 6963 gets rid of that through using unique identifiers, and it's just one more step in the right direction in creating a better wallet experience. Man, it sucks I don't have the code slides here. But for my talk, the first URL here is the slides. The second and the third link are actually 6963 demos in both React and vanilla TypeScript. And then finally at the bottom here is an article that I wrote, which is a guide that every developer who's building user interfaces for Web3 I think should look at. It's the guide to EIP 6963 that I wish I had when I started, so I wrote it because there's just not a ton of information out there on how to use it. There's a few demos that you can download and figure it out yourself, but I kind of go through the whole thing, explain the history, why it's needed, what it does to solve things, and it's very simple. Whether you're a developer or not, you can read through that and probably understand it and understand why we need it and why it's a good step in the right direction. So again, we've talked about the fundamentals behind good DX and UX. This pertains to building any product, not just Web3. My name is Eric Bichard, HTTP Junkie. Follow me on Twitter. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
All right, that's it for now. We're going to have a lunch break, and the next speaker will be at 2 p.m. talking about session authentication for smart contracts. So everybody, bon appetit.
Ultimately, the ideal world is where you write in a language which is specialized and designed for
Thank you. All right. I hope everybody had like some nice dinner, some nice lunch. People still eating at the back. Bon appetit, guys. We're coming here right now back together where we're going to be talking about wallets. We got Pedro waiting for us where right now, crypto and DeFi, it's all about wallets. Your wallet experience is going to help you attracting your users, making it more seamless, where Pedro is going to announce and introduce us to accounts, wallet accounts with it, as far as I know. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Pedro.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's just warm up. Everyone just had their lunch, and we're waiting for the slides. And as soon as we have the slides, we will get into the nitty-gritty of standards. All right, thanks everyone. I'll be talking today about wallets, as my company works on wallets for 6 years now, Wallet Connect. My name is Pedro Gomes. I'm founder at Wallet Connect, and the title of this talk is about session authentication for smart accounts, which is quite a mouthful like everything in Web3, and I think it's important that we start off by breaking down the lingo because it's going to be a lot of words that are going to be spoken today about wallets. And pretty much the biggest difference that you see when you go to a Web3 application today is that we moved away from this login pattern to a connect pattern. But did we really change much about what is required about an application? Like, there's a lot of words like that are being thrown around whenever you talk about wallets, like the dApps, wallets, capabilities, sessions, permissions, keys, authentication, external accounts, smart accounts, signing, access. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to like the same concept. And it's always very important that we kind of like revisit the first concepts that we have in like traditional like applications that we use every day. And authentication, I think it's a very important word that we have in mind, which has a definition of, in computing, of the process or action of verifying the identity of a user. And if you think from a user's perspective, they don't care about all of these words. They just want to get in. It's like, just let me in. Like, that's the whole point of login, of connect, authentication is just like, let me in. And if the user wants to get in quick, less clicks is more. Like, that's something that we always have to have in mind, not just for this talk, but also for whenever you design a good user experience, less clicks is more. So why is Web3 different? Like, why do we actually have to reinvent the wheel, change things around, and make things more complicated? Why can't we have like less clicks? I like to kind of always show this diagram because for me, kind of makes it easier to understand what's different about Web3. In the past, we had an application, or a client sometimes is called, that talks to a server. And there's like multiple components in a server, but obviously we want to focus on the authentication part. Because at the end of the day, what happened with Web3 is that we moved the authentication part into its own app, and we called it a wallet. And now what used to be a server is now a blockchain, and then you still have an app interface and a wallet interface, and then both of them talk to this blockchain, and we have like this really beautiful triangle. But did we actually make things more complicated unnecessarily? Like a wallet, when you think about, like it's another application, but it consists of like these three main things. It has a set of credentials, it has some signing capabilities, and it tracks an account. And there's different types of wallets today, as some of you may know. Maybe you're going to learn something new today, which I hope so. And if you consider these three components, like the mobile wallets or the browser wallets that you have, they have a set of credentials that are usually a password or PIN code, and they run some local software that has some signing capabilities, and they target an external account. And so the hardware devices and cloud and MPC, they might have some differences around, like maybe they use biometrics or a PIN code or email or phone or social for credentials, and then maybe the signing happens either locally on a hardware or in a remote server. But at the end of the day, they always follow this pattern of like credentials, signing an account. But we never actually got to the part of authentication, because realistically, we had to invent authentication all over again, because when you connect your wallet, you're just saying, I have this account, but it doesn't actually tell you if you do own this account. So sign-in with Ethereum was the first standard that kind of brought authentication to Web3, and it took so long after the Ethereum inception to actually have sign-in with Ethereum. And when you look at it, it's quite simple. It's like a message that says, this website wants to sign into your Ethereum account at this address, and I accept some terms of service, which is an optional pattern, actually. It's like you don't actually have to add that statement, but you can do. And when you look at it, it looks like a lot of like words, and what is this like? Is this really user-friendly? It's not, but it's still better than what we had before, which is some people would just like have a hash and say like, sign this and consider yourself authenticated, and some websites still do in Web3, which is quite worrying. But when you look at it, like sign with Ethereum just recreated a very normal pattern with social login, where you will get access, for example, to a Google account, and there is some capabilities, and you either accept it or not. So sign with Ethereum already creates a really nice pattern here, where we have a very familiar interface in a text format, but some wallets today have already customized this interface to be more user-friendly, which makes sign-in with Ethereum a great success as a standard, in my opinion. One disadvantage of sign-in with Ethereum is that this only happens after you connect your wallet. So in a sense, you do create this session when you connect your wallet, but then you have to authenticate after. So we at the Wallet team, we created a new standard, which is called CIP222, which is called Wallet Authenticate, very simply put. And what does it do? It's actually just, I like to say, like an upgraded version of sign-in with Ethereum. It basically takes you from the existing pattern where you connect and then you sign. But since signing with Ethereum is what we actually want to do, why don't we just like skip the whole pattern of connecting, and we embed the experience of actually establishing a session into just the signing. So we skip the connect, we just authenticate right away with sign with Ethereum, and you have a session. So you could say, like, is this enough? Like, have we succeeded into making a more familiar experience and making users happy just like they are with logging in with Facebook or Google or with their email and password? What about signing transactions? This is where things get really, really complicated, because I started with like the simple stuff, which is just authenticating yourself. But then at the end of the day, the whole purpose you actually want to connect your wallet to the blockchain is because you want to actually take some actions and sign transactions. So most people just close your eyes and approve, which is terrible. If you told people like 6 or 7 or 8 years ago that like that's what's going to be the normal pattern. So we actually have to do something better. And we still have to kind of think about how can we balance the convenience and security. Like the challenge with wallets is not creating a wallet. Wallet Connect today has more than 500 different wallet applications registered. Most of you probably use only 2 or 3 of these. Like if we actually did a survey right now, but there's 500 application developers out there building it. But balancing the convenience and security is really hard. It's almost like an art because, remember, less clicks is more. That's what we want to make sure that we achieve here, but it's not an easy task. So why is it not an easy task? Because wallets are based on this simple concept of public key cryptography, which made this whole idea of self-sovereignty and owning your assets possible. But this, yet again, it's more lingo. Let's try to break it down and understand what public key cryptography is. So you have a private key, you have a public key, and that's what makes us actually have a wallet. And with this public key, you can actually verify a signature. So you take a message, sign it with a private key, generate a signature, and it goes back to a public key, and you understand that this message was signed with this private key without exposing it. So that's how transactions go into the blockchain. Every transaction is a message that is signed with your private key that only you own. Therefore, only you have access to the assets and everything that you own on the blockchain. And so this happens in this manner where you take a message, you sign with a private key, have a signature, it matches to the public key. And then we have this really interesting thing here that a lot of people confuse public keys with accounts, but it's not the same thing. We actually take an address from a public key by hashing it, and that's what actually looks on the blockchain. So you can then match a transaction or a message to that specific account. And this is what we call an externally owned account. If you saw in the previous pattern where I showed the mobile browser wallets and cloud wallets, we had all of these wallets are external accounts, but we want to do better. We want to make them smarter because externally owned accounts, as you saw, was taking a public key and just hashing it, and you get a single account from that. With smart contract accounts, which is actually quite a mouthful, I kind of get tired of explaining it and saying externally owned accounts and smart contract accounts. I think it's easier if we just let's reduce it to just external account and smart account. There's only two types. So our goal here is let's make accounts smarter. Let's move from external accounts to smart accounts because at the end of the day, we want to sign transactions better. So a smart account is simply defined by a smart contract that is being deployed as your account. Instead of you having this public key that owns some assets, you deploy a smart contract and that becomes your account. But then you now have a problem because we just went into this idea that we're going to sign with Ethereum to authenticate yourself. So how can you actually validate if you don't have a key? No key, no signature. It's that simple. So if you have a smart contract as your account, how can you actually sign in? There's a standard for that. So ERC 1271 means signature validation method for contracts. So now a smart contract can actually be validating a signature and saying this signature matches the owner of this smart contract. And it's quite simple. I don't want to be showing too much code, guys, because I don't think that's actually important. But I wanted to show you how simple this standard is. Maybe you will take a while to actually read the whole thing, but it's just this. It's a single method that says is valid signature. You pass the hash of the message, you pass the signature, and it returns what it's called a magic value, which basically just says true or false. So if the magic value is returned, then it means it's a valid signature, and you can know that this signature is for the owner of the smart account. So what is an account? We talked about external accounts and smart accounts, and just like we broke down wallets into 3 components, I want to also break down accounts into 3 components, which is signer, payer, and crypto. And unfortunately, when you talk in a cryptocurrency conference, you always have to say cryptography. I'm not referring to crypto as cryptocurrency, but actual, traditional cryptography. So an external account has a single signer, which is the public-private key that we talked about. That public key is the only signer for the external account. And the same thing happens for the payer, right? So when you send a transaction, you have to pay some fees or gas in Ethereum, and that signer is also the payer and will always be the payer, right? There's no way that the external account will have a different payer. And we have to use the same cryptography as the blockchain. So for Ethereum, we use CECP 256K1. Therefore, the signer, which is the single signer, has to be the single payer and must use the same cryptography as the blockchain. With smart accounts, this gets even much better because in reality, we can't force every user to follow the same pattern. We need to give optionality. So by making accounts smarter, we can have multiple signers. Multiple signers could be multiple people, which is what we have the concept of multi-sig accounts. But multiple signers could also mean multiple devices, multiple applications. You can have a signer everywhere. And also, because you have multiple signers, you also have the ability to decouple this concept of signer is always the payer. You can have a signer and a payer completely separate. That could be you have a signer that owns the assets, or you could have the account owning the assets, but it's not the same as the one that signs, or you could have a third party subsidizing the transactions for you. And this is currently only possible with smart accounts. And the other thing the smart accounts also make it possible is that you can use any curve. Now you're not limited to the cryptography that Ethereum has decided to use, which is the same one as Bitcoin. You could actually use multiple cryptography curves, which makes it much easier for us to actually build better experience for users. So now, if you do have a smart account and you have like multiple signers and multiple wallets and multiple locations, then this idea of like connecting becomes a little confusing because what are you connecting to? Actually, smart accounts makes this much easier because with external accounts, you ended up having like one account per wallet if you did not share the seed phrase around. And it's much better with the smart account because essentially you can have one smart account everywhere. Like we reduce the complexity a lot because now you don't have to worry about having like accounts there, and then some assets are in another account. You can just have like one smart account. And because you have multiple signers, those signers can be distributed in multiple applications and wallets. But at the end of the day, in the blockchain, you have like a single smart account being tracked, which makes the experience much, much easier. So what it actually means to be connected, because we talked about how we authenticate ourselves, we connect, we sign some messages, but what is actually being involved in that process that actually makes the experience that Wallet Connect has built on top? The first thing that you do is actually exposing the accounts. So that's actually the account address that you see. And then the application is able to read some blockchain data. So for example, in the concept of defining if it's a smart account or an external account, we can maybe look not only just at the assets, but if there's some contract being deployed at that address. And then we can create a signer session, which we saw with signing with Ethereum. And then in the future, we can request a user approval for example, signing transactions and submitting transactions. So this is quite good as a concept because I want us to think about 4237, which is a very important standard for smart accounts, because the idea of a smart account actually delegating signature to multiple signers and having multiple payers becomes a really fragmented space. And we want to make sure that we keep Ethereum decentralized and the experience is still convenient for the users. So 4237 essentially creates a standard for all of these experiences to be built unified, and we all agree and to have the same pattern. Basically, if you think about the triangle that I had before, now maybe this triangle is a little bit more complicated now. Because now it's not just an app and a wallet and a blockchain. Now you have a concept with 4237 of a paymaster. So the paymaster will be the one paying for those transactions. So the wallet needs to be connected to that. We have the signer. The signer may be in the wallet, may be external to the wallet, maybe even in the app, perhaps in the future. And then we have a bundler. And the bundler basically just takes a signature that the wallet will create that is signed by the user with the signer, and then the paymaster will pay for it. So there's a commitment from the paymaster. You did a user operation, because in 4237 we actually changed the name, because why not, make more lingo. So instead of calling it a transaction, you sign a user operation. And with this user operation, then you send to the paymaster commits, I'm going to pay for this, and then you send to the bundler. And the reason it's called bundler is because this is not supposed to use just for this wallet or this account. This is supposed to use by multiple wallets and accounts, and they just bundle everything together into one big transaction that includes multiple user operations, and it goes into the blockchain as a bundle. So this is quite a great pattern that, it moves things forward. Maybe it doesn't feel like much progress, but if you were here like 3 years ago, this is like breath of fresh air because we've been talking about account abstraction and smart accounts for so long. But the problem now is like, if you're a dApp, how do you actually discover if the wallet supports smart accounts? We always make an assumption that the wallet is an external account and it doesn't have all these properties of multiple signers and payers and different cryptography. How can you actually define that the wallet is a smart account without actually just, checking if there's blockchain code? So there's a new standard called 5792, which is called Wallet Call API Methods, and introduces 4 different methods. But I think that it's important for us to take a quick look at here because the first one says gate capabilities. And then there's the second one, which is send calls. The reason it's called send calls is because, as I told you, 43.7 now includes the concept of user operations. So instead of calling operations or transactions, we just generalize it and call it calls. This way, we abstract from the dApp a different pattern between smart accounts and external accounts. We just send a call. And then it's up to the wallet to actually interpret this call, whether it's in a transaction format or in a user operation format. And then because we introduce a new pattern of calls as a generalized concept, we have a call status and a get call status and a show call status. But I think the most important thing that we should look at is the wallet get capabilities, because with wallet get capabilities, we actually get to learn about the wallet. So once you actually authenticate yourself, you can ask the wallet, hey, tell me about your wallet. What things can you do with this wallet? And this is only for illustrative purposes. This is not yet in production. This is just an example of, for example, you could have one address A and one address B, and one of them supports a paymaster service, and the other one supports like paymaster service and session keys. And this way, we can actually have a little bit more information about the wallet and knowing, oh, look, this is a smart account, and it has this paymaster service, and maybe supports like some fancy feature like session keys, which we're going to talk about. And this basically answers a lot of questions, but does it answer the last question, which is, what is the interface for the paymaster data, which is the data that the paymaster actually gives us in 43.7 that allows us to actually send it to the bundler, knowing that they will be the ones paying for our transaction. There's a standard also for that. There's been so much progress in the last 18 months around account abstraction, and I want to make sure that I show you all how we're actually going to have a much better user experience. The 7677 defines a paymaster web service capability. So building on top of the 5792, you can actually define this capability in a way that all paymasters will work in the same way. And therefore, apologize for more code, you end up having like these patterns where you can actually say, with these characteristics, you can actually send to a wallet, and then you actually know that they have always a paymaster. And this way, we have a more decentralized way for paymasters to actually work in the same way. But then, if we created user operations, are user operations all going to work the same way? This is still a tricky part, because right now, maybe there's only a few implementations. So we have some libraries today that kind of abstract that and just say, if you use this account, then you use user operations like this. If you use this other account, you use operations like this. But then you're just going to have like a big list of different user operations. So instead, we also have a new standard called the User Operation Builder, which allows you to actually ask the smart account directly how to actually construct the user operation for this particular user. And it looks like something like this. This is a little bit more complex now. We're getting a little bit into like, which entry point does the smart account use, which nonce get call data, get the signature and everything, and we have like an execution target. But these are all steps forward for us to actually have more smart accounts and less vendor lock-in, such that like a wallet connects to a dApp and authenticates itself, and we can understand very easily without knowing ahead which account they use, how it will function. You construct the user operation, you get the paymaster data, and you can get started right away. So smart accounts, as I told you, allow you to have like multiple signers and multiple payers. And we already covered how user operations and paymasters are going to be standardized. But some functionality is going to be very specific to some smart accounts. And we need to make sure that, we reduce the vendor lock-in and smart accounts are as interoperable as possible. So there's this concept of modules. which is a new standard, also 7579, which is minimal modular smart contracts, that tries to ensure that all smart accounts are built in a way that everyone can use the same modules. And this is really interesting because it creates a more competitive market for modules. One of the modules that we might start thinking about is when you lose all the signers, how can you recover your accounts? Like a module for recovery would be really helpful, but what if your recovery module works with smart account A but doesn't work with smart account B, so you switch wallets, then the recovery only works with that wallet? Then it gets a little tricky because did we really succeed into having interoperability if the recovery only works with that specific one? And it gets even more complicated with that because with user operations, we have some limitations that are not the same as transactions. So even something as simple as swapping tokens can get really locked into a specific smart account. So having a module for swapping tokens very efficiently and only working with a specific wallet is not great. So having, for example, I don't know, imagine Uniswap building the swap module and everyone uses the same swap module following the 7579 means that everyone can compete building the best smart account experience without having lock-in about specific modules. And then I think that if we continue in this mission of like making sure that we have as less approvals and clicks for the user, we want to perhaps like remove the wallet. I know that's quite controversial because that was the whole point that we started like this self-sovereignty, that you have ownership over the private key. But I do believe that to some extent we will have maybe 5 years from now the same experience as we have with traditional Web 2. And I think that would be possible if we take all of the work that we saw before with 4337 and Paymasters and User Operation Builder, and we sign everything inside of a dApp. But that's a very big task. And currently, I think that that's the definition of a session key. Essentially, we created multiple signers for a smart account, but we always had this concept that these signers would be in different wallets. But if we put these signers inside of a dApp, they would be used specifically for a session. And session keys solve that. But how can we make sure that like we're not conflating security with convenience? Because maybe we're so caught up with like less clicks is more that we're sacrificing security. So there is a work around permissioning. The reason it says XXXX is because the standard is in progress. There's big discussions around this. It's a very controversial topic because everyone has very strong opinions about how to do this. But I hope that eventually we will have a standard around this. And this is, in my opinion, probably going to be the biggest unlocker for user experience, where you can actually give the dApp permissions to actually sign transactions for you. And that would be amazing because now you can actually have sign in with Ethereum, and that's it. You sign in with Ethereum, you have some capabilities, you approve some permissions, and all of the transactions are signed with a dApp. Like one example of how this would work, you take a dApp, the dApp requests permissions from the wallet. You ask the user, do you approve these permissions? Similar to how we saw this in the Google login. Imagine having the permissions having a similar pattern inside of the sign-in with Ethereum, and then the user will say, I approve. Maybe these permissions would say stuff like, I only want this dApp to interact with this smart contract and cannot spend more than $1,000 or something like that. The risk factor will then depend on the user, will depend on the dApp. Maybe in some dApps you don't want it to be able to move any assets, and it will only sign, I don't know, votes for a DAO, or maybe it can only submit posts for the lens protocols. Like defining the permissions has to be granular enough that the user feels comfortable giving that capability to the dApp. Once the user understands the permissions that are given to the dApp, then it can approve. This generates a permissions object that the wallet offers to the dApp, and then the dApp can have its own key for your smart account that will sign transactions. And then we skip the whole pattern of talking to the wallet, and now the dApp, because we have a user operation builder, we have a paymaster service, the dApp has all the information it needs to actually talk to the bundler directly. You no longer need to go to the wallet to talk to the paymaster, to the signer, because the becomes a signer itself as a session key, and it knows how to actually fulfill the paymaster data to subsidize that transaction, and it just sends a call using 5792 with the permissions that we're giving in the permissions object, and then the bundler will validate all of that, say confirmed, and then you can just move on. So, can we secure session keys better? Because session keys, this is where things start getting a little tricky, because if you do have session keys, then you're giving a lot of power to dApps. I think the way to do this is, we've done a lot of ERCs, but we need to really change EVM. We need to upgrade EVM to actually support this, and some things are already in motion. So for example, EIP 3074 introduces the off and off-call opcodes to actually change how EVM works. And this means that the external accounts will now earn the capability of separating the signer from payer. So this thing that we actually talked before that was exclusive to smart accounts is now in progress to change in the EVM, which is really powerful, and it's now going to be included in the next hard fork. This is a big step for EVM, because we had these three things for accounts, which were the signer, the payer, and the cryptography, and now we're actually going to change the actual payer capability to be the same for both external accounts and smart accounts. So that's really powerful, because then we can actually have some session key functionality in the actual external accounts, which is really good. But I think we need to take a step further, and I would like to actually propose that all core devs to also include not just 3074, but the EIP 5003, which says insert code into external accounts with this new opcode of ZERP. So that means that now, not only we move away from external accounts into smart accounts, but we actually give the ability for people today who have external accounts to upgrade their accounts into smart accounts, which is a big deal, because a lot of these companies are building a lot of great smart account infrastructure, but they always tell you to deploy a new smart contract. And that's, you know, I have quite a lot of NFTs. That's a lot of NFTs going into a smart account, and a lot of tokens and some positions. Maybe you have some loans on Aave, maybe some liquidity on Uniswap. Transferring all of that is going to cost you a lot. So if we have the ability to just upgrade your external account, which is an optional feature, this is not forcing everyone to do it, you would basically just send a transaction with this off ZERP new opcode, and you'd convert your external account into a smart account, which is really amazing. So I think this is going to be a big step, but how do we prevent the session keys from actually being stolen? While we did create a lot of great ground with all of these standards, with User Operation Builder, Paymaster Services, 3074, 5003, at the end of the day, you still have the session key living in the app, which is still a little bit uncomfortable, because the reason we created wallets was to actually put the keys outside of the app. So are we just always going to be in this nervous mode? We need to have very granular permissions, or maybe something happens and someone steals the session key and starts doing things that they're not supposed to do. How do we prevent them from being stolen? Passkeys. Passkeys are the best session keys. And passkeys are not the standard for Web3, actually. You might have heard about passkeys before. There's this pattern already with Google and Apple, where you can actually create a passkey instead of a password. And that means that the key management services that these companies offer can then be used to log in and authenticate into normal applications. This is supported in, for example, Dropbox or Google, or there's so many, honestly. At this point, I think there's a website that shows more than 100 applications that support passkeys. So how can we actually have Ethereum also leverage this? And this would be the standard that actually makes it really possible. You will notice there's a small difference here, because Ethereum had a CECP 256K1, and passkeys use R1. It's a small difference, but it's big enough for us to actually have a different cryptography from the passkeys. So while smart accounts allow you to use different cryptography, it's very expensive to use different cryptography. And if the EVM itself supported passkeys, we could make every user operation cheaper by adding this precompile. So this would be the third upgrade that I would propose to the EVM to actually support passkeys so we could fulfill the whole experience for smart accounts to just be more embedded into the dApp. So, is this the end game for wallets? Did we complete our mission of having less clicks is more? I think to some extent, yes, because if you look at all of the things that we walked through this path, we started with the differences between Web3 and Web2, and we had an application talk to a server where the authentication lived. But now, in a sense, we recreated the same thing, but we flipped around, where the authentication does not live in the server side or in the blockchain in this case, but the wallet actually lives in the app. We have the ability to have smart accounts being upgraded from external accounts. We have user operations. We have passkeys securing your session keys. Session keys have very granular permissions. So nothing stops us from a single click with the wallet authenticate method to get the capabilities and generate an embedded wallet that you can very safely use for that application with very great security and convenience. So what is actually being connected now? Because we now kind of broke the triangle. You could almost ask, like, what does Wallet Connect have to do with this? Because there's no actual connection. You just do a sign-in with Ethereum, and everything just magically happens under the hood. Before, Wallet Connect kind of just bridged between dApps and wallets and vice versa. But now we actually have a much bigger world now. We have session keys, we have signers, bundlers, paymasters. In a sense, Wallet Connect's job just got even harder because now we have more parties to connect to. We don't only have to connect dApps to wallets, we have to connect to paymasters, bundlers, signers. We have to manage permissions for session keys. So there's a very interesting roadmap ahead of us for the Wallet Connect team to actually build the infrastructure for what I believe is redefining the wallet experience for Web3. This is something that, has been the mission for 6 years for Wallet Connect, and it's taken very small steps, and that's why it took 6 years, not 6 months. But now I think that we're really getting close with these session keys and smart accounts, and we really complete here our journey of having less clicks is more. I think this is the end game for wallets. I really hope so, because if we could just use Web3 everywhere, then we would have succeeded. Thank you. Do we have time for a QA? I think you have to shout, or I'll take the mic there. Wait a second, the mic is coming. There you go, thank you.
This is a problem that's been with Ethereum since basically its inception. And one of the big problems is the gas costs. Like doing anything on Ethereum costs gas, and gas costs money, and it costs more and more money. And so in addition to having less clicks, we also have this overriding concern of having less transactions. And now that the user will have to interact with a smart contract, and the smart contract will have to interact with other smart contracts. So do you still believe that Ethereum is for everyone, or is it only for rich people?
I mean, how do you define is Ethereum for everyone? Like for me, Ethereum is a network of EVMs. So the work that was discussed here is not exclusively for Ethereum mainnet. It would be for all the Ethereum rollups. So I think the gas conversation, it's a big topic for sure. Because, for example, we had a big upgrade with 4844, which basically introduced the blobs and made the rollups cheaper, and therefore also made Ethereum mainnet cheaper because it created a separate gas market. But will the average user use Ethereum mainnet? My bet right now is no. And I don't think maybe that is even the success metric for Ethereum mainnet. Maybe the success metric is to have as many rollups as possible and still be viable for rollups to not go sovereign. Because that is that is a mission in itself, that all of these rollups are interconnected with each other, and Ethereum mainnet is the hub for all of these rollups. And I think that that's one of the reasons we've seen Ethereum mainnet not take so many steps towards user experience, because they were focused in lowering the costs and making sure that rollups are more viable. But fortunately, we have 3074 now, the first step towards like better user experience. But don't take it wrong. Like, just because it's called the EIP doesn't mean that the rollups are not going to adopt it. In fact, I would say that rollups always seek to have as much equivalence to the Ethereum mainnet. So any steps that Ethereum mainnet takes towards better user experience, they get inherited by rollups. So we have a better user experience on Ethereum mainnet, that goes to the rollups. Rollups reduce the cost of gas, and essentially we can have the best of both worlds, where users use rollups, all the rollups use Ethereum mainnet, all have the consistent user experience across all the rollups and mainnet as well. So I hope that answers the question.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to ask, I'm trying to not be the party pooper here. EIP, or ERC, sorry, 5803, I think, or was it 5003?
Is it the wallet call it AP?
The
wallet call AP?
Auth ZERP.
Oh, the 5003, yes.
5003, right. How long can you do without it?
I mean, so this is a big topic. So just to reiterate the question, how long can we live without 5003 now that 3074 is going to get included into the hard fork? I always think that in this ecosystem, there's pessimists and optimists. I'm just so happy that 3074 is being included, but there's a whole school of thought that says that we cannot go forward with 3074 without making sure that external accounts have the option to upgrade themselves to smart accounts, because of the problems of multi-chain, where you can have 3074 on one chain and not on the other chain, and then if you don't have 5003, you can't guarantee that you upgrade yourself in every smart account. Personally, I'm on the optimistic side. I'm just happy that we have 3074. If we do not get included into this hard fork, I don't think it's the end of the world. But if you do have some spare time to include both EIPs in this hard fork, that would be great. I don't think we're going to disappear as an ecosystem because we include 3074 without 5003. I know that if you go to the discussions on Twitter, some people are of the opinion that we can't do one without the other. I believe it's possible to do one without the other. Especially because 3074 is not just for external accounts. It's also allowing the whole ecosystem with 4237 to be leveraged by external accounts. There's so much infrastructure being built today with 4237 that external accounts can't use, and 3074 allows them to leverage that. But of course, like, they would be more beneficial if they had 5003. So I'm gonna still push for 5003. If we do get it, we do. If we don't, it's not the end of the world.
Right, I'll give use for one more question, if anybody has one. No?
Hello, thank you for your attention. And how we can trust provider like Wallet Connection if Wallet Connection has objection to censorship? For example, situation in the Russia and Ukraine, Wallet Connect disconnected all people from the Russia IP, I think.
Sorry, can you speak louder? I heard something about censorship resistant and Russia.
Yeah, for example, Wallet Connect, it's a centralized provider, yes? And Wallet Connection have a censorship. For example, Wallet Connect blocked all people from the Russian IP. How we can trust Wallet Connections? And same provider, for example, if we use more deeper connection between wallets, for example, if we have Badler connections, have trust and payer connection via Wallet Connect, for example, in these situations, user from the Russia can get this data, these providers and tokens.
To simplify for the audience, like, how can people still use Wallet Connect that currently, today, April 2024, is a centralized provider if they're gonna block in certain countries? Maybe there's some misconception because back in the day, we did block for 24 hours Russia by mistake. And we did apologize for that. That was an unhappy incident, but it's not blocked today. But Wallet Connect is evolving into a network of providers. We did have a big mission to actually upgrade Wallet Connect V1 to V2, and that made us move into a single provider architecture. But we're currently onboarding third-party providers to service Wallet Connect. So Wallet Connect will be available as a network of providers, not just the current single provider. And we are actually going to have multiple node operators in the network. And just to reiterate, we do not block Russia today. That was 24 hours. Bad 24 hours, but it's been solved. And it will be furtherly solved when we have more node operators serving different audiences. So Wallet Connect network will be strong and stable.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Now that was a great presentation, I think. It was very clear, very well spoken, and especially all the protocols basically were very well explained. So looking forward as well to the next one, where we are looking to talk about the evolution of blockchain explores to meet the diverse needs of Web3 users. Now, what do we need to explain for that, right? So, we have here Kirill with us. He's an experienced speaker, has been on previous conferences. More than happy to hear what he has to say.
Thanks. Hi everyone, my name is Kirill. I'm an engineer and the head of protocols research at BlockScout. If you haven't heard about BlockScout before, it's an open source platform for building and launching blockchain explorers for any EVM compatible chains, rollups, layer 3s, etc. So yeah, let's talk about the past, the present, and the future of block explorers, the BlockScout in particular, and how we help and aim to help the users to get through this dark forest of layer 2s, data availability, and account abstraction. So from the user perspective, let's discuss first why users even need block explorers and BlockScout. So probably the simplest answer I can give you here is that the users simply want to get this transparent and simple access to the data related to their own account, to the accounts of their other participants of the blockchain, and they want to access this data in real time. They want to access the historical data related to all of these accounts. And then they also require the block explorers to visualize and interpret this data in some form to make it simpler and easier to understand. And then the last point here is also, interestingly enough, related to security. So based on what we've seen recently with the XZ utils backdoor, we now definitely understand how important it is in the open source ecosystems and software to actually have someone to monitor this open source tool and to actually understand what's going on there. So as long as it's simple enough and easy enough to monitor something that's happening in the blockchains, in the open source protocols, in the smart contracts, as long as block explorers help you to do that, that also contributes to the security of the entire system overall. So basically, users without deep technical experience. Then from the other side, we have this exploding growth of networks and clients, and everybody is launching their own layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and so on these days. So to be honest, today it's as simple to launch your own rollup as just clicking a couple of buttons with this new rollup as a service provider, so similar. So this really contributed over the past year to the number of networks, and you can't really use any of those networks if it doesn't have a reliable and ready-to-use block explorer. And so the problem with that is that any proprietary closed source or enterprise solution for block explorer or similar tooling just won't be able to keep up and offer the good enough solution for these networks because it's not flexible enough, it's too expensive and just too rigid to support this vast and quickly growing infrastructure and number of networks. Then an option of each and everyone building their own in-house blockchain explorer is also not an ideal way because it's just not a cost-effective approach as well. It's very complex, it requires a lot of effort from each particular team, and generally having this mess in the UIs. So if every network will have a different UI on different chains, then it definitely won't contribute to the simplicity, and users will just have a hard time understanding what's going on in these different networks if they just don't have some uniform UI they are familiar with. So at BlockScout, we see it as our mission as to create this open source platform, open source block explorer that can be uniformly used across these networks, that has a deep enough customizations, that is feature-rich and supports everything people need in these networks, and is customizable to fit different aspects of those rollups, layer 1s, and so on. As of today, BlockScout has been really successful in supporting various kinds of networks. So far, what we have known is that BlockScout is being run by 600 plus networks. This includes the large and small mainnets, different test nets, the people are running, and private and public dev nets, different private networks, and so on. The majority of these networks is actually, majority of these block explorers, BlockScout instances is actually being hosted by the community. It's not hosted by us. So since the product is open source, everybody is capable of running their own instance of BlockScout for their or other networks. And so the reason for this success is pretty much simple. Since the product is open source, it's fully compliant and supports all the required and top requested features of the supporting layer 1 and layer 2 compatible blockchains. It has a lot of different customizations and configuration, a lot of different modules you can plug and play into the platform to enable some particular indexing aspects we're going to talk about later today. Yeah, it's easy to install. You can launch the BlockScout instance pretty much this quickly as you can launch your own rollup these days. And yeah, we are supporting rich dev tooling, and we are open to open source contribution. It's easy to contribute to the BlockScout UI, to the BlockScout backend from the community. That's also been a helpful thing to have. So over the past few months, what we've been doing at BlockScout is enhancing support for different and supporting different layer 2 families, supporting different app chains. We have researched and enabled different capabilities in BlockScout to support the data availability networks, to support account abstraction modules, and so much more. So let's first start with the support of the different rollups, layer 2s, layer 3s, and the list goes on. So far, we have seen primarily 4 layer 2 families: OP Stack, Polygon CDK built on top of zkVM, zkSync, and Arbitrum Nitro. So far, the BlockScout has already fully supported 2 of those, and the support for the rest 2 is coming very soon and is currently on the final. All right. And is currently on the final stages of testing. And so the full support of these rollups in BlockScout typically includes, so although these rollups are operating a little bit differently, but all the views they are typically requesting to see is pretty much the same. So this includes the views for processing, indexing, and displaying all the deposits and withdrawals that happens between the base layer, such as an Ethereum mainnet and the rollup itself. Then they want to be able to see the transaction batches and track the transaction status, how they're being settled between the layer 2s and the layer 1. And then just some level of effort required to maintain all this code base and to keep up with the layer 2 spec changes. So just an example, the Optimism OP-based stack chains recently underwent already 2 hard forks this year, and the third one is coming to enable the fault proofs. And so supporting all of this also comes at some cost. And so, yeah, that's what we have been doing there as well. Another interesting perspective is that we also believe that block explorers shouldn't be just a read-only platform that people are using to get access to some low-level data, but we also believe that block explorers and block scout in particular can be used on the application layer as well. And so this can be explained from multiple perspectives. So first of all, we built this DApp marketplace that allows users to actively discover and use dApps within the Block Scout itself. They can connect their wallet, and this wallet will be passed through the Block Scout interface, and they open the respective DApp within the iframe. And so it's really easy to people to interact with the whole chain ecosystem within the Block Scout without going to the particular DApp, but by using the single platform and the dApp Scout built in the Block Scout platform. Then we also have the state-of-the-art infrastructure for developers, for smart contract developers, for verifying, interacting with the contracts. We have put a lot of efforts into making this as easy as possible and as convenient as possible to interact with different smart contracts, to improve this read and write tabs the smart contract developers are using on a daily basis when interacting with their contracts. And yeah, one of the research that is currently ongoing is also the support of the app chains. So here the idea is that Block Scout can also be a platform that the app chains can use to show their application layer entities and events and whatever the app chain is working on, not in some standalone block explorer, but to also include all of this information about gaming infrastructure or something like that if the app chain is related to gaming, like the Redstone, for example, and to incorporate all of these details into the Block Scout as well. Then another interesting topic is related to data availability. So there's been a lot of interesting things happening there. And so what we've done in Block Scout, we are basically trying to find some level of synergy between how these layers work in the blockchain itself and actually build the similar synergy within the Block Scout instances. So what we have been building here is that we have been incorporating the data availability support into the layer 1 instance of the Block Scout. It is indexing the lower data layer of the L1 consensus layer or similar data availability protocols. And then when building the data availability indexer for the layer 2, for example, to index the transaction batches the Optimism rollup is sent into the network, we are basically using the underlying layer 1 Block Scout instance as a data availability provider to build on top of it the Block Scout for the layer 2. Here is some nice examples of our integration with the blobs on the Ethereum mainnet. So we have implemented this list of blobs for the blob transactions, so you can observe and discover all these blobs as they have been sent to the network. These blobs are also stored in the Block Scout database, so we also act as a data availability provider, as a data archive storage. And then we also went a little beyond that, and if you're able to decode that particular blob is not just some random binary data, we're also trying to decode it into some more user-friendly format. If it's a text, if it's an image, we want to be able to display that as well. Just some nice, interesting technical insight about how the EIP 4844 encoding for images and text is working. As it turned out, you can't actually submit random binary or hex data as part of the blob content. So there are some restrictions coming from the KZG and curve, elliptical curve implementations that this EAP is using. So the people who designed this couple of applications for submitting memes and other stuff like blob scriptions to on-chain, they come up with this standard, how to encode files and data, text data, image data into the blobs. So there is some byte level and bit level juggling required to decode and encode these images into the blob content. Then the next topic we've talked about yesterday and what's going basically throughout this conference is related to account abstraction. So the core problem with the current way how non-smart contract wallets are working is that they have a lot of complexity passed down on the user that requires managing these mnemonic seeds, that introduces a lot of complexities with gas management and so on. And so what account abstraction is trying to do is decrease this complexity for users on the wallet sides, and this wallet as a service providers and account abstraction wallets, they basically try to reduce this complexity for the users, for the end users. But this reducing complexity is coming with a trade-off in the complexity on the underlying technology these account abstraction wallets are using. So if you take a look at the transactions that actually involve these user operations or future upcoming account abstraction related EAPs, you'll see that it's no longer easy to understand what's going on in a particular transaction if you try to access it in a blockchain explorer as is, as it was simple with the simple approves, so transfers, token transfers with when people are not using account abstraction and just using pure EOAs. So at BlockScout, we try to also go a little bit beyond that and to interpret this account abstraction transaction and user operations in a way that this complexity also decreased on the Block Explorer side, and the users are still able to access information about this, their operation without this increased complexity, and they don't have to deal with this complexity in decoding call data, in decoding events, and so on. So what we have done in BlockScout is that for the past couple of releases of BlockScout, we now have the standalone opt-in account abstraction indexer that is now a part of BlockScout stack. This indexer is responsible for indexing all of the events and all of the transactions that are related to the account abstraction EAPs. Currently, that's just the ERC for 337. And then this account abstraction indexer is responsible for indexing, decoding, and interpreting all of these user operations so that they can be nicely displayed into the BlockScout UI. So the BlockScout UI for this user operation basically looks just the same as the simple transaction sent from the EOA. So we definitely managed to get rid of this unnecessary complexity. We hide all unimportant information, even if the same transaction with the user operation contained multiple user operations submitted in multiple batches. We hide all of the information that is not relevant for the particular operation. We filter all of the unnecessary token transfers, logs, and only display the core part of the user operation itself, so that this view definitely looks very similar to just a regular EOA transaction, which is a nice addition to the account abstraction narrative, as we believe at BlockScout. So just an example, what I'm talking about, this decrease in complexity, is that previously, when the wallets were using just pure EOAs and they were interacting with some contract directly, it was fairly easy to decode what contract is being called, what method is being called, what ABI is it using, and just from this information to reason about what particular transaction does or doesn't. But then with the account abstraction API, that changed drastically, and now to actually understand what contract is being called and what action is being done by the particular user, you need to go these 3 levels deep into the transaction call data decoding to actually understand what contract and what user is trying to do with the operation. So that's just an example of the complexity that Block Scout is trying to hide from the users. And then the last slide on my presentation is related to also to the developer experience, to the DevX, and how we try to optimize it as well. So one of the most loved features of Block Scout since early releases was this idea of the Block Scout bytecode DB. So the idea there was that if one person submitted a contract verification information on one network, and then we find an identical contract with the same bytecode, with the same runtime and creation bytecode on the other network that is also hosted by within the same cluster of Block Scouts, and they are connected to the same Block Scout bytecode DB, then we can use this information and natively verify the same and identical contracts across the chains so that users performing multi-chain deployments of work in different protocols don't have to verify these contracts manually. So this has been a great success, and after some careful consideration, we came up with a better version of the bytecode DB called the Verifier Alliance. So now this is supposed to work not only within the Block Scout, but we are also trying to build this ecosystem collective with different partners and other block explorers, individual researchers, and so on, to combine all of the information different parties have on the database of their verified contracts within the networks, to combine it in a single read-only database that all the people can access, and the certain list of our partners and the partners of the Verifier Alliance database are able to write to. And then so that each contract will be only required to be verified once, and then it will be immediately available for display and for interaction within the rest of the connected block explorers, debugging tools, and the rest of the blockchain infrastructure. So that's what is the basic idea of the Verifier Alliance. So more announcement on the Vera progress is coming later this year throughout the conferences. Get in touch and with the Verifier Alliance if you want to know more. And if you want to get in touch with Block Scout, or if you plan to launch your own rollup, or you require any customizations you are currently missing in Block Scout, feel free to keep in touch with us as well, and let us know. Do we have time for questions?
Do we have questions? All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're running a few minutes late here, so we're going to pick up the pace a little bit, make sure that we got everything done in time. We are moving forward with Mr. Rahat. We're going to be talking about leveraging open source in a Web3 career. Now, anybody that's looking for a career in crypto, there are so many opportunities these days, and with the next bull run coming, it is insane how many teams are looking to scale and further beyond. So I'm going to give the microphone to Mr. Rahat.
All right, thank you all for coming to my talk. So this is going to be about leveraging open source in your Web3 career. So if you're a developer, if you're someone trying to get into the Web3 space, whether you're already in it and trying to level up your career, or if you're trying to find your first job within the Web3 space, or you're a stakeholder who works with developers, there's probably something in this talk that you could take away. So, hey, my name is Rahat. I'm Senior Developer Relations Engineer at Morph. You can find me most places at Rahat Codes, Telegram, Twitter. My DMs are usually open, so if you ever want to chat after this talk about anything you're building, any way that we can support you all at Morph, always happy to chat on that. Cool. So first I wanted to kind of talk about open source and why it's important. So every single one of your favorite protocols, every single project uses open source in some way. There are different projects that glue together, duct tape together, everything that we interact with on-chain. There are several different open source tools that are used for your developer environments, for deploying your contracts, for working, testing, creating dApps, whatever it is. Tons and tons of free open source tools are used, and these are usually maintained by folks who are never appreciated and don't make any money off of it. So that's kind of like I put that as like the most important thing. Two, open source is important because it kind of like inspires transparency and trust. Just like it's important for smart contracts to be verified on chain, open source code can be reviewed by builders, contributed whenever there's a security vulnerability, anything like that. Anyone can come in, improve it, and make it a little bit better experience for other developers building in the space. Three, it inspires more community collaboration. So you can go far alone, but you can go further together. For devs, and this is kind of like the main point that we'll be focusing on during this presentation, is it can be a boost in your career if done the right way. So it could be for helping you get your first job, like I mentioned before, or if you're just trying to level up your career, and we'll be talking about a couple of those points in a second. But how is open source traditionally rewarded? So this is kind of from the Web2 world. There's a few different ways that open source has been pushed and has been rewarded previously. One of the most popular ones would be Hacktoberfest. So Hacktoberfest happens every October, where there's essentially different marketing campaigns for developers to come in and make open source pull requests to a number of different GitHub repositories on the internet. This is cool. This is nice. It inspires a lot of people to contribute back to a lot of the different tools that they use in their jobs, a lot of the different tools that help them kind of like succeed in whatever projects they're building. However, it also inspires very, very bad behaviors among developers, because I can tell you countless number of Web2 kind of maintainers, Web2 projects that are building in the open source that will constantly complain about the spam PRs that come in whenever this happens. I've maintained a couple of open source repos myself and have had to reject many of these spam PRs on my end. It's very surprising what people will do for this shirt. But going a little bit beyond that, going beyond just like marketing campaigns, there's things like GitHub sponsorships, where if you're using a specific tool, you can go through GitHub, pay, donate to these specific, maintainers some type of like monthly allotment. A lot of companies go in and do that and try to help out, the tools that they use on a daily basis. This is how it's been traditionally done in the Web 2 space. And it's, like I mentioned, been successful in some cases, but in a lot of cases it has not. And a lot of the times, folks will come to a point where open source is there, it's being maintained, it maintains a lot of the huge, even in the Web 2 space, a lot of the big banking infrastructure, a lot of the big institutional projects will be using open source tools. And rather than these devs receiving any type of compensation, they're really just counting GitHub stars, and that's it. So the problem with open source rewarding. Initiatives like Hacktoberfest, like I mentioned, end up in massive amount of spam PRs. Everyone just wants a t-shirt. Often the spam PRs will slow down maintainers who are focused on just fixing some of the improvements, and now they have to go through all these spam PRs to figure out, okay, what's actually legitimate, what's not, why do I have 1,000 different PRs all of a sudden out of nowhere? And outside of large events or periodic marketing campaigns, most large companies that benefit from open source sometimes don't usually allocate resources to furthering or helping it along. And this is no different in Web3. In fact, it might be a little bit worse. So over the past couple of, months, there have been different things like airdrops, incentives for developers. And some of the folks, if you might recall, a couple months ago at Scroll, they faced a huge amount of spam PRs to their GitHub repos that severely slowed them down. So you'll see like contributions like this about adding Scroll to Solana, or little tiny typos that don't really exist, but someone created a typo so someone else can come in and fix them or whatever. And then there have been other, Web3 campaign initiatives like T.XYZ, which has caused a flood a flood of worse flood than like Dubai had this past week of different open source projects getting tons and tons of PRs, just so people can start collecting these T tokens that may or may not, no financial advice, do well. So what's a better way for you to leverage open source? Is it really just airdrop hunting? Is it really just trying to fix a couple of GitHub, typos here and there? I would say no. That shouldn't be your end game, because one of my friends actually tweeted this earlier today. If you're a dev hoping to get some type of airdrop from doing one of these open source PRs and you're just fixing a typo, there are tons and tons of people with hundreds of GitHub accounts, hundreds of different wallets, different Discord accounts, all doing the same thing. So now it becomes a whole issue of like, how do we actually reward devs? How do we actually go in and make it easier for developers to even contribute to their favorite protocols? So for newcomers, something I sometimes suggest is just first use it to learn and ask questions. This works whether it's your first development job or you're trying to get your first development job. GitHub is like an underrated social media for developers. A lot of people ask, where are developers? Developers are committing code every day. They're in GitHub. There's ways to have conversations with them. If you're not there, you're not trying to find developers. So use it, learn, and ask questions. There's a whole like little conversation thing inside of GitHub where you can tag people, ask questions. If you're a brand new developer, you want to contribute to a new open source repository, you can tag the maintainer as you're going through the code, ask them a question, ask them to clarify something. If you want to make a PR yourself, maybe someone else is making a PR, you want to learn more about what exactly they're doing, you can very easily come up here and start asking questions to your favorite protocol directly to the developers. Like you as like someone who's interested in open source work, have direct access to core developers who are constantly building on top of these protocols. Use that to your advantage. Another thing, use it to work on a team when you haven't before. A lot of the things that different companies, different Web3 protocols will look for when you're looking for your first job is, have you worked on a team? Have you shipped with a team before? And a very easy way to like mock working with a team is, once again, reviewing PRs, asking questions. Look at a PR, look at a contribution that someone has made, try to redo it yourself, and maybe make suggestions on different ways that they can do it. And overall, what you're going to be doing as you build this up is getting your own proof of work that actually matters. Because when you're actually communicating with the core devs, you're contributing in meaningful ways, not just a typo, not just some nonsense about adding a network to an incompatible network. You're actually building kind of like a proof of work and just like a more long-standing kind of proof of competency among the core devs who are already building within these protocols and ecosystems. So if you're now I'm going to shift gears. Those were kind of like more geared toward if you're looking for your first dev job. But if you're a dev currently in the Web3 space, in the blockchain space, this is also a really good way to pick up new skills that you can't necessarily get on the job. Maybe you're focused on a specific project, maybe you're focused on like a front-end team or a back-end or smart contract team, and you want to kind of branch out, try different things. So making a pull request, looking at different issues that are available on these different repositories can give you access to new skills and new ways to get involved. So my approach, the way I kind of approach kind of like going into open source is, how do I make an impact in a specific ecosystem? So when I first joined Morph, one of the first things I knew that we kind of needed was to make sure that Morph was available to use on VM, which is a popular front-end open source tool. So went into the GitHub repo, took a look at how do I actually enable this to happen. It was fairly simple. You just go in, there's a configuration file, you add all your chain details, and you make a pull request. Done that, got everything merged, great. Now this isn't like a huge thing, right? It took me like maybe 20 minutes to figure it out. But what you kind of want to look at is not like making these huge PRs, but like what are the PRs you can make that have an actual impact on your specific ecosystem. Because of this 20-minute bit of work, we now, on the Morph side, are able to integrate into one of the more popular and like more modern front-end tooling systems that a lot of wallets are using under the hood. So we automatically have, kind of like this compatibility with several different open source wallets, right? So that's how you kind of want to take a look at it. How do I make sure my favorite protocol or ecosystem is able to be used with some of the dev tools that I use on a daily basis? A lot of the times, again, it's not complex. It's just you have to kind of think about and figure out what are the different ways that make a more meaningful and impactful way of actually, contributing to the open source while, making that impact on your ecosystem. So if you do want to, start getting started on the developer resources side, we actually have a GitHub repo that is open source. On this GitHub repo, we've been compiling different starter kits, dev tools. If you want to contribute your own dev tool, if you want to contribute your own templates that you want featured there, maybe there's a specific template that you like using in other ecosystems that you want to port over to Morph. This is a good way to get started. Definitely an open invitation for any developers who want to come in and start, contributing to open source in a meaningful way. So the other thing I mentioned, we've been talking a little bit about developers, right? For newer developers who want to come into the ecosystem, developers who want to level up. But how does this help stakeholders? How can stakeholders really help incentivize the right behavior in the open source space? The first thing is probably the easiest thing. Just tell devs what to do. Just have an actual plan in place. Be explicit in what you're looking for. A lot of the Hacktoberfest campaigns that I've seen fail have just really been because there was no time or thought put into what kind of pull requests, what kind of overall contributions people in the company want to this tool. They just have an open source repo like, hey, this is open source, just do something with it. That's not going to help you incentivize the right behavior. That's not going to lead to the right behavior. You have to actually tell devs, I want X, Y, and Z. This is what we're working on. Create some GitHub discussions, create the ability for devs to use the tools that they're already using to communicate with you. 2, reward open source contributions that are impactful. So like I mentioned, the contribution that I made earlier, again, it's part of my job, but if I were to do this, in just like regular open source, regular kind of like different protocols that I'm part of, how do you incentivize people to do exactly this? Rather than, airdrops for just like any kind of behavior, these are different things you can look at for stuff that you can reward. And one other point that, again, that I've been mentioning a couple times, devs live on GitHub. That's where you go to find them. Stop asking where the devs are. They're committing code. You already know where they are. You're just not looking. So again, GitHub is the most underrated social network for finding developers. Communities already exist there. Ways to communicate with people already exist there. Just hop on there. You don't even need to be technical to use a GitHub account. Create one. You can start, tagging people, commenting, talking to other folks. It doesn't take very long to utilize one of the most powerful social networks that developers have been using for a very, very long time. So all in all, like engaging with and rewarding builders is more than a one-time thing. It is not a one-time marketing thing. It is not a one-time airdrop. It is more about building relationships, being in these communities where developers are, and providing them with the proper opportunities to contribute in a meaningful way. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has. If you're a dev wanting to learn more, starting to build, I'm happy to reshare our Morph developer resources again. If you're looking to connect with more devs, I can also happy to chat on that as well. Thank you.
All right, as you heard, if you're looking for devs, they're already there. You just need to look at the right place. In between, we were supposed to have a break, but we're going to get a panel here. So we're just going to prepare the stage for the next 1-2 minutes. Then we're going to get the panelists here. No, Daniel? Yeah? The future of scalability. Wow. Well, that sounds exciting already. All right. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Danielle. Danielle has been a good friend of mine, has been putting together last minute a topic about the future of scalability. I think it's a topic that everybody has been kept interested, like the scalability of blockchains, like what really is it and what does the future look like. So we're going to get an introduction to that here by Danielle.
Well, the panel was not last minute, but last minute something happened to the website and the scheduling. But we're back on track. Let me welcome my panel here. Guys, take a seat. I'll introduce you. Okay. Yeah. Can I ask maybe if there are organizers here, if you guys could inform others that we're on this track because there was some kind of a rearrangement of tracks, to make sure that people know we're speaking here. So a little bit about myself. WSource is a content partner of ETHDubai. We have done several panels here, and this is our third and last panel for this event. This panel is going to cover the future of scalability, and we have invited several people that are playing a role in it. So I'll start with Stas sitting right next to me, a founder of Pontem. He will tell us everything about it. These guys are connecting EVM to Move. Next to him, Vijay, Chief Growth of Eclipse, connecting Solana and EVM. And the last person, Ansgar, doesn't need an introduction. I think everyone knows him at this event, Ethereum Foundation. So, ready to kick? Let's do it. So, let's assume that not everybody in the audience is familiar with what you guys are doing. I would like to ask you to give us a brief recap of what you're doing. So, maybe you want to start, Stas, on Pontem.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Stas. I'm one of the co-founders of Pontem, and I'm one of the guys who is responsible for BizDev. Basically, like I'm the one that tries to make sure you hear anything about us, like in this very crowded world. So we are the big supporters and experts in Move. We've been working on the Move ecosystem before even Sui and Aptos, where the current champion started, since 2020. We've been one of the biggest app builders on top of Aptos. We have the biggest DEX, LiquidSwap, the biggest wallet, Pontem, and one of the biggest meme coins, if not the biggest, Dodo, which you guys might have heard about. So we touch this as well. And we recently launched a new product called Lumio. Basically, Lumio is AltVM. It's the idea that we want to see Move featured on other ecosystems, like Ethereum, perhaps others in the future. We became part of Optimism Superchain network, and we basically have this something we call hybrid VM thing, which allows mixing different languages on a single platform.
Hi guys, BJ here. So I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Eclipse Labs, which is the team building Eclipse. And Eclipse is a modular layer 2 built on top of Ethereum that uses the Solana VM for execution. So it's a very purpose-built, general purpose L2 designed for high-performance use cases, and specifically our vision is high performance with the hard constraint of verifiability. And in terms of use cases that we're seeking to support and help scale, it's high-throughput DeFi use cases like on-chain central limit order books, games that are posting a lot of metadata on-chain, and high-throughput consumer applications as well, just to name a few.
Yeah, and hi, I'm Ansgar. I'm a researcher at the Ethereum Foundation. I've been working on several different things in the past. The things that are maybe most relevant for this topic is that, I mean, for one, I've been involved with kind of our effort of scaling data availability, which of course is a necessary ingredient for rollups on top of Ethereum. So ERP-4844 and kind of the steps beyond that. And then also more recently, because we've been looking a little bit at like the ecosystem of EVM-based rollups, and of course these are examples for alternative approaches, which I'm personally also really excited about, but we were looking specifically at the EVM-based ones, and noticed that because of the EVM equivalence that all the layer 2s, or most of the EVM-based layer 2s are shooting for, they're all a little bit constrained in to what extent they can innovate on the virtual machine side, and so we've also been recently basically co-initiating an effort called the roll-up call, which basically is trying to have an IP, like roll-up improvement standard, for basically having roll-ups in a shared way move beyond the constraints of layer 1 EVM.
Thanks, Sanskar. Thanks for joining. Let's kick it off. So many people are wondering, Stas, why move? I mean, I want to give a little primer here. Stas and I know each other for a long time, and his team has been working on Move for like more than 3 years. I assume 4 years. I was close. As some of you might recall, Move was the original language developed by Facebook team when they had their plans to do Libra and Calibra, and then Diem, and I forgot the second one, right? So give us a little bit of insight here.
Yeah, so in our opinion, Move brings some, I mean, like the best example of how when we compare it to Solidity, it's kind of like a difference, I would say, between Java and JavaScript, I would say. I mean, this is how we explain it to people. That while you can do stuff on Solidity, and basically you should do stuff on Solidity, it might be a better idea to do some of the mission critical stuff on Move, because Move inherently creates a more secure environment, which basically kind of prevents you from shooting yourself in the leg, which we see a lot of time happening on Solidity, especially with, with unexperienced developers, or if you're like in the middle of a bull run, and everybody just rushing to do stuff without actually having enough time to check it, so everybody running time to market. So because Move was actually designed by people, I mean, maybe not many know, but Meta, Facebook back then, when they started working on Move, on Libra, they kind of hired some people at Ethereum Foundation. They kind of told them, okay, if you would like to see, if you will have to build the EVM today, Ethereum EVM today, what you will do better in this time? And in our opinion, it's, I mean, when they did this, they kind of tackled some of the inherent issues that Ethereum VM has, and probably will have for a while, because changing them will break out some backwards support. And basically, in our belief, it's despite it having a higher entrance level than just a Solidity person, which basically if you learn JavaScript, you can start working in Solidity. For Move, you need to know Rust, for example, to be able to deliver. But once you do, we believe it kind of helps you to write a more secure code, reduce your dependency on auditors, and obviously reduce your auditing costs. And another nice bit, you also get a very, very high performance. I mean, for example, there have been tests which have been able to run on Move like on over 150,000 transactions on the machine itself. So which, I mean, I'm not sure what's like the maximum level of EVM, but it's definitely one of the fastest machines there. Obviously, maybe not as fast as Solana. Solana is also a very fast machine, but yeah. So our belief is that it's like, it's just like on a toolkit. I mean, the same like as a developer, you will not limit yourself to, to C++ or JavaScript or Python, and you probably need to use the right tool for the job. We believe that you also should have at least some knowledge and understanding on Move, because the dApps, the application is becoming more complex, more, larger, require more moving parts. And the way you go up, the more you need to be able to use, to ensure things work as they're supposed to. And we believe that Move kind of more suitable for the job, at least for the mission critical parts. So we kind of see it being supplementing, and that's actually what we do with Lumio, supplementing part of EVM, not necessarily replacing it, but supplementing, giving you a way to
these these new systems emerging, right? Blockchains being one example. There's always the question, the current version, the current kind of tech stack, is that good enough? Will that evolve? Oftentimes there's quite a bit of friction for people to say, okay, hey, we've been used to the EVM for a long time, now we're moving over to the Move VM or something. So the question is always, is basically the difference, the benefits on the other side big enough to justify people basically going through the friction of making the jump? And I think to me that's basically an open question. Like I think when we kind of decided on the Ethereum, on the base layer side, that we were kind of going into this rollup centric roadmap, we were specifically kind of, the idea was that we were like, hey, we don't want to have an opinion on this. We don't have to want to have to predict the future. So we're just basically going to open it up, and we're basically going to see. Like I definitely think that like approaches like the Move VM, like of course also the SVM, that's super interesting, right? I personally, I have a hard time predicting, right? Like, are these advantages, are they enough to make people kind of excited about moving over to new tech stack that they're not familiar with? Of course, yeah, Solidity kind of has its drawback. Also, Solidity, of course, on the other hand, is very battle tested, right? So there's like a lot of tooling around it. There's a lot of just knowledge, a lot of kind of experience people have with that. You could also build other programming languages, and people have been doing this. For example, shout out to the Phi team, which is a relatively unknown but language that's being developed for Ethereum that's more Rust-ish like. But of course, you run into like some things are like predetermined by the VM you use, right? So like you still will end up with a different experience, developer experience. So yeah, like I'm personally, I'm really excited. I can't wait to fast forward 3 to 5 years and find out how this all turned out.
Thank you. Kudos to Ethereum Foundation for inclusiveness. Could you pass your mic to, so Vijay, for you, I'm not going to ask you about Rust, because our assumption Rust and Move are kind of family. I have something better for you. So we have a small Ethereum community in Asia, which was initiated in Hong Kong, and Vitalik asked us to manage it for him. And I told the guys that we're going to have this panel, and they had some questions. So as it's a community for community event, I will use these questions, if you allow me. So basically, the developers asked me to check with you, what's the latest on proof of history and the overall consensus of Solana, how it's contributing to what you guys are trying to do?
Yeah, so I think zooming out a bit, the approach that Eclipse is taking is sort of orthogonal to, say, a fully decentralized end-to-end approach in a lot of ways, right? And that's something that we think is unique about what we're doing and is sort of a necessary part of the broader landscape in order to enable these high-throughput use cases. So an example of this in our approach is that due to the benefits of the SVM, you can afford to have a smaller set of nodes that are basically beefier nodes, and it's a relatively more concentrated sequencer set. Now, that might be anathema in sort of certain circles, but that's something that we think uniquely helps to enable a long-term resilient layer 2 for Ethereum that's highly designed for, as I was saying earlier, high performance with the hard constraint to verifiability. And so long-term, the vision for Eclipse is really where we can continuously be upgraded and inherit the hardware level improvements that are coming at the node level. And we can do that if we have a smaller, more concentrated node set. So that's something that we're deliberately leaning into and we think is unique and helps to enable the use cases that we're going after. But for, say, decentralization maximalists or people looking for ultimate kind of priority of censorship resistance above everything else, there might be some trade-offs there. And so that's a design space that we're spending a lot of time thinking about and seeing what we can do from sort of a fully decentralized governance perspective, maybe in accordance and in alliance with players like the Ethereum Foundation to help kind of provide the transparency, even if you do have a more concentrated sequencer set.
Got it. You're kind of leading me to my next question, because we've been looking at the blockchain trilemma. It's about safety, decentralization, right, and security. So it's a perceived, there's an opinion that you always have to sacrifice something to achieve something else. So you have this less decentralized sequencer right now that you're introducing, right? This is to favor scalability, but you are going to compromise to a certain extent on decentralization and maybe on security?
So on decentralization a bit, yes, but we do inherit the security of Ethereum because we're still settling to Ethereum and using ETH the asset. So in that sense, I think, and from a safety perspective, that's not really something that we as an L2 optimize for ourselves in terms of our tech build, right? So that's because we're posting ZK fraud proofs to Celestia, which is the DA solution that we're using. And DA, because it's highly modular, is something that you can plug and play, right? But we're starting with Celestia. And so safety is not something that we are setting out to solve ourselves, right? Whereas, say, in comparison to a L1 like Monad, they need to solve for both safety and liveness. That's something where, because we're hosting the ZK fraud proofs, we don't have to worry as much about the safety piece, and we can focus purely on the liveness piece. So in essence, we're leaning into what makes us unique and going all the way with that, which is something that we can afford to do because the design space and problem space that we're going after is different for us as an L2 compared to, say, an L1 that has to consider the totality of that trilemma.
Understood. Stas, same question for you. What do you guys compromise on? In favor of what?
So, like, look, everybody knows the state of layer 2s at the moment, that there are not much yet decentralization there on the sequencer side. You know, like everybody working on the decentralized sequencer design. I haven't seen like much stuff being running out. I mean, Optimism, I think, launch one, correct me if I'm wrong. But still the majority of layer 2s are kind of using, you know, the team-controlled, let's say, sequencer sorts. We kind of try to solve it thanks to our partnership with Aptos. So we have something we call sub-second finality. Means that we can put I mean, obviously Aptos is also not as decentralized as Ethereum. You know, like they have like about what 110, 150 nodes. But we can do like a sub-second finality on them, and then we can do a full finality, as we call it, on Ethereum. The idea is to eventually decentralize, you know, the sequences as once it becomes a standard with Optimism. You know, like once we have enough node runnings. And you know, it's kind of like, I guess, like kind of like Ethereum went as well. You know, Ethereum went from what? From like a dozen of pools, you know, like mining pools, which been like controlling the most of it, like what we've seen happening on Bitcoin, into like which is much more decentralized design we have now, which indeed is very impressive. I mean, you know, a lot of people didn't think that you know, Ethereum can actually pull it off. So amazing job, guys. You know, like this, how many nodes there? Like 500,000. I mean, how many nodes there are on Ethereum now? Like 500,000, something like this, last I seen? For nodes on the action.
Sounds about right. I don't
Yeah, a lot, yeah. So we do see that eventually, you know, like those networks that will survive will go the same way. You know, we do see like it will happen. But yeah, definitely right now, most of the focus of everybody is the performance and finality, and the security, which is decentralized, kind of less on the less on the roadmap, I would say. But you know, it's the same. It's not decentralized enough debate, you know, like which everybody talking about, and everybody said it will be like a big issue, and basically that Keystone project was not decentralized. But we've seen that a lot of designs start like this, and eventually they evolve in something decentralized. So I don't see it's much of a big compromise, because we have here other things like game theory, you know, like community pressure, you know, like VC pressure, of course, that you know that the team will not scam, will not rug, will not run away. And this kind of serves as, I guess, as a good enough measures until the fully decentralized design goes live. So, I mean, you know, nobody sees Optimism or Arbitrum or, you know, Base or whoever, you know, rugging, you know, like just because of all the reputation hit and everything will happen. So, you know, even that they are not fully decentralized due to their sequencer design. So, you know, it's something that which we all have to do for now, and eventually technology will catch up and allow a fully decentralized design, which we all will adopt.
Thank you. Yeah, I think all of us would agree that decentralization is a goal, a common goal for all of us. This is where we want to get, and it's work in progress. Now, I need a Maxi opinion from you, Ansgar, now. Maxi Ethereum Foundation opinion on the subject of trilemma.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I have my own personal thoughts on that, of course. I mean, yeah, I think with these trilemmas, it's also, of course, important to not overstretch that. But it's always kind of, there's always things to improve on, but like, of course, they're usually trade-offs, right? And I do think we're basically, maybe on a more general level, on the layer 2 side, we're seeing, I think now, more of a differentiation where initially a lot of the layer 2s just started out by just copying the EVM, the base layer, the L1 chain, and also copying all the trade-offs that the base layer chain made, right? Like same levels of throughput, same level, same basically, same general architectures, all these kind of things. And but of course, if you actually think about it, like the reason Ethereum, like the L1 makes the trade-offs it makes is specifically because it's a layer 1, right? And in the layer 2 world, you do have a different situation. And so I think we're now seeing more and more layer 2s actually like really deeply thinking about, hey, for the layer 2 use case specifically, what are the trade-offs that make most sense for our side of the things, right? So for example, in terms of like how heavy can a full node be, right? Like very simple example, but like on the layer 1, I think over time we have to actually get that down, right? Like in like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, I hope that like my smartwatch can just run an Ethereum full node, or at least something close to it, right? It does not have to run in a layer 2 full node. That would be ridiculous. Quite the opposite. I think actually layer 2 full nodes basically having to run, you know, like in a data center. I think that's actually a fine point in the trade-off space. Do I expect all layer 2s to do this? No, of course. Like there's different types of systems you can design, but at least it's a very valid point of the trade-off space, and so kind of leaning into that, and then really from first principles thinking about, hey, if we are willing to make that trade-off, so basically if you want to run a full node, you have to basically have a really beefy machine. Now on the plus side, I can leverage that and can really build my system to take maximal advantage of that, right? So high parallelization, super high throughput, all these kind of things that you just cannot do on more constrained chains, right? And so in a way, I think people oftentimes, when they compare different ecosystems and chains, they focus too much on the tech stack itself. Like the reason why there's different throughput on Ethereum layer 1 versus Solana versus maybe also like these upcoming kind of more old VMs, like higher throughput chains, that's not because of the architecture itself. It's really because of the different trade-offs these systems can make because of the architecture, right? And so in that sense, I'm super excited to basically start to see layer 2s that are really very intentional about the trade-offs they want to make different from layer 1.
Thank you. Community question. I'll start with you, Vijay, if you could share the mic maybe. So community would like to know where do you guys stand on meme coins trading and whether you are going to enable it and at what scale?
Yeah, on meme coins?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Very important subject, you know.
Definitely, it's community driven. Yeah, so I think it's been fascinating to see the last few months and just everything that's been going on. You know, Solana has been very much the tip of the spear on that, but we've also seen other L2s like Base and others see a lot of activity around that. And I think on one hand, I think it's like this really kind of fascinating, beautiful, community-driven approach where genuinely like these meme coins end up seeing a lot of retail interest, and due to the the massive volume of trading and in many cases sort of the knock-on kind of effects on community building itself, you've seen these like the vibrant ecosystems develop around them. And of course, there's you can either be nihilistic about it, or you can just have a good time, or you can try and see something deeper in all this activity. But I think kind of putting aside that like personal kind of lens on things, I think it is this whole kind of last few months of meme coin trading has been a fascinating kind of test of throughput and scalability in general. And of course, at times Solana itself has seen some challenges with that. And I think it's sort of a really interesting way to continue to battle test these systems and drive improvements in terms of infrastructure as well. So that's something that we're excited about. Of course, we're happy to see whatever develops organically on Eclipse in terms of the retail users and community. So that's something we're excited to see where it goes. But those are my thoughts from kind of a philosophical perspective. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks. Stas, I'm looking at you and I don't see the satisfactory smile when I say meme coins, because these guys did a crazy project recently, quite an experiment, Dodo, and we would like to hear more about it. Share, please.
Yeah, I've been like talking to, we have like a lot of meetings now and everybody start asking about not stuff we built in the last four years, but the stuff we did in the last 2 months, so I have a bit of meme coin fatigue, so to say. So yeah, so we basically kind of got to ride it ourselves. We launched the new meme, which became very popular, became the top meme coin on Aptos, and we also brought it to Solana as well. We did kind of a Twitter sell, just to test the concept. We got like $3 million thrown it our way overnight, so we just put it all into liquidity. And actually it was like a very good test of Solana. Solana didn't work for us, but he knows it better. So we think that a lot of people kind of discount meme coins, and I think it's a mistake. And this actually what I'm saying all the VCs and all the exchange and everything we're talking to, because we found out it's actually the path of retail, or not retail, the regular people, which is more correct term, of getting into Web3 at the moment. I mean, if it was NFTs back in time, but NFTs, unfortunately, they had one big issue. Nobody is going to buy an ape. No public is going to buy an ape, which costs even now like 10, like Ethereum, or the Punk, which costs like 30, or I don't remember, like 40 Ethereum as it costs now, because it's just too expensive. But everybody will buy a meme which costs you like $5, $10, etc. Because people, will just throw in, in this money, like $5, $10, and think, okay, maybe it's like a lottery ticket. So maybe I can make from this $5, $10, $50 like $1 million, like who knows? And the example has been over there. So we found that actually regular people, again, not us, but the mainstream, respond much better to meme coins. I mean, they're not interested to hear about all the latest technologies. They don't interested to hear about, you know, like how it works. And to be honest, a lot of them also have this, you know, this fear that, you know, like that they're going to get dumped on, you know, like by unlocks of VCs, etc. You know, like, and it's valid fear, you know, like you know, you can see all the graph of the coins and everything. So we definitely believe that this season, this market, we will see much more meme coins coming on. So like I can give you an example of us. I mean, like we did, I mean, you've seen this. We did recently a partnership with Chingari. You might know them. You know, like it's they're like the Web3 TikTok of India, and it managed. We did a video with them. You know, like literally, you know, like in you know, like Bollywood style, people dancing, singing about Doodle, etc. And it managed to get like 20 million views like in a week, with a lot of Instagram followings and everybody. And people actually came and started, you know, buy Doodle more as a result. So we literally see people having fun with it, you know, like we see that the biggest ingress of our users for our other products, you know, like the DEX in the wallet came from Doodle, like the biggest one from since we started. We see a very active community, lots of noise. So we believe it's an amazing effect. We believe that any, let's call it like this, layer 2 building it themselves should really consider either launching one of them own or encouraging somebody to do this. Because we really see this is like the way to attract people attention into it. Because again, it's so simple, you know, it's just riding some funny idea, you know, like I mean, look at Whiff, which basically, you know, like dog with head, like nothing more simple than that, you know, like the head stays on, you know, like so people are just buying it, you know, it's very simple to understand concept, you know. Even if the price goes down, people say, is the head still on? Ah, yes, okay, I will buy more, you know, like so. But it's as simple as that. And it's very easy to understand, very fun to do. So we believe it will continue. I mean, we might be wrong, obviously, but we think it will not fade away. It will be during this trend exactly as the NFTs were the previous trade, because again, it's so cheap, so easy to get one. No need to get fractionalized, no nothing. And we believe every project should consider be part, like either launch one or get into one. And even if it doesn't succeed, it will be amazing experience. For us, it was a very good experience. It was a great learning lessons. It gave us, you know, the lessons how to launch our more serious tokens, you know, for other projects. So it literally, you know, like was just worse for it. Even not speaking, and you know, I don't like saying this, but not mentioning the fact that it like X200, you know, like price-wise, because it started from a penny, went all the way to $2, and now hovers about like 90 cents to $2. So it still made like 90 to 100x. So you know, we have happy holders, happy people, happy community. You know, it's a good feeling, and it's, you know, and it's a good PR for us.
Thank you, Ansgar. Meme coins. I know you didn't anticipate it.
I don't think I have that much to add. I think as you were saying, right, like any type of usage is often just good to basically have the infrastructure stress tested, kind of keep pushing the need for innovating on the technical side. I'm personally not super excited about meme coins, but of course, I mean, I don't know, community activity is a good thing, I guess. And yes, and like we for better or worse, like blockchains, we're getting closer to actually like having a mature tech stack where you can actually build end user products that don't require people to actually be excited about blockchains, but they just have an application that under the hood just works, and they don't even need to know that it's blockchain, right? But we're still not quite there, and so we're still in this phase of basically just experimental applications. And you know, lighthearted fun is just a really good kind of intermediary thing you can do with a not quite mature enough technology. So, you know,
agreed.
It's a good thing.
It sounds like really, exciting experimentation, and it seems like, if I understood right, it's even driving some adoption among people who were not yet involved in India. Yeah.
Like NFT in the previous cycle. Yeah, exactly like NFT in previous cycle. We see exactly the same terms. You know, if you remember NFT. Back then, there have been two cohorts of people. Even they did analysis on Twitter. They've been like, you know, the crypto oriented, and then been like the general public, you know, like which had totally different their own KOLs, their, you know, their own influencers, you know, like their own leaders, their own followers, you know, their community. And then it kind of faded. You know, now we see a bit of ordinals play, but you know, it's still not in the same force. And now with memes, we see the same thing. You know, we see like literally people, you know, like who haven't been interested in crypto, jumping on board, you know, starting doing this, starting buying. And we don't see it fading. We don't see it disappearing. For example, again, Solana was the play for meme coins. Now we see people coming over to Base. Last night, or 2 nights, actually, we started to see now memes appearing on top of Bitcoin after the box. So, you know, you see this activity is out there. So, and people like it, and people do this. So, I mean, I would totally not fade it, as per words, you know, of the meme coin traders.
You enable it. Yep, we got it.
fade is like ignore.
No, that's what I mean. You choose to enable it. I understood.
Maybe
yes.
just to very briefly mention, I will say that I think, especially as we're talking about onboarding new users and bringing people in that maybe that's their first exposure to crypto, I do think that we have to at least be a little careful and make sure we understand that we have a responsibility, right? And so if basically the first exposure and the only exposure that people have to blockchain is something that at least looks very, very much like gambling, right? And that is a double-edged sword. And so I do think that I personally don't mind if people that have been in crypto for a while and understand what they're doing. If basically like some lighthearted meme coin gambling is what they want to do, that's fine with me. I think if basically the hope of just magically making money is what kind of brings people in, and then that ends up not panning out, I think that can also backfire. So I think we have some responsibility there to make sure that that's not going the wrong way.
100%. I personally see the combination of, there is a gambling, we all understand that, and the audience as well. I think it picked up very much in Asia because it's appealing to the Asian culture because they like memes and all these funny characters. I think that's what really happened. The Asian adoption is because they like all these cute characters and they don't fully understand. All right, so the last round, if I may. I don't see organizers. No one is telling me if I have some time. I'll do one short one. Could you guys share at this point, the challenges that you're facing and the objectives that you have right now? What are you focusing on? Would you like to start, Vijay? Challenges and objectives.
Yeah, so I think for us right now, we're spending a lot of time on the ZK fraud-proof architecture I mentioned earlier to really ensure that we can achieve that safety component of what I was talking about well. But right now, we're currently on testnet and seeing good traction among developers. And then in terms of objectives, I think we're spending a lot of time telling our story, which is unique in the broader landscape, and sort of educating developers and users on why we're making the choices that we're making. And then from a developer adoption perspective, we're spending a lot of time with DeFi developers, particularly those building central limit order books or RFQ systems, which are two primitives that in many ways have come back from traditional finance, but right now, in a lot of the Ethereum landscape, the leading teams building those have effectively moved a lot of the flow and compute off-chain, and you lose some of the benefits of transparency and composability that you had if it was all on-chain. So that's, those in particular are high-performance use cases that we're spending time with developers on because we think Eclipse can uniquely serve their needs. And then also spending time with gaming and consumer app developers as well.
Thanks. Is that the same for you?
Yeah, for us, I guess it's the adoption. I would say it's less technology. It's more like getting the word out because again, we are move maxis as we call ourselves, but a lot of people there, not even know what this exists. So, Sui and Aptos been doing a great job pushing this, the word out. But again, they're L1s, so obviously, the adoption is limited. This is why we actually decided to do Lumio and bring it over, to Ethereum. And we found the best way just to do a lot of education. For example, recently I partnered with Alibaba Cloud, and we are translating a lot of our content into Chinese, Mandarin, because Alibaba Cloud has over 100,000 developers, and we including a lot of Rust developers, and we're basically bringing them, all our know-how that we accumulated during the last 4 years, how to get quickly on move, so to say, and move. And we're trying to bring more people from there. Same for India, we are doing inroads there. But yeah, because everybody knows what is EVM, and again, but not a lot of people, not a lot of just move EVM. And we exactly need, to explain them why they should extend their toolbox and try out, this new technology, this new language, and why they should do this. The other side is been working a lot on with institutions and governments in a nutshell, and educating them as well, because they are looking for alternatives. While they want to embrace free, they kind of concerned after seeing all the hacks, all the bugs, losing projects losing millions and tens of millions overnight. So we kind of trying to position Move as a potential again. Very important to clarify, we are not competing with EVM, we are supplementing it. So we've been the nature of our technology, this hybrid approach, holistic, maybe even will be better to term it. So we kind of try to explain why they should consider planning using Move in their roadmap together with EVM and Solidity, and maybe writing the sensitive parts of their business logic and that. And this also slowly moves forward. But yeah, I guess education is the best, the best tool and the main challenge that we have those days, because everybody heard about Solana, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, but a lot of people still don't know what Aptos and Sui is, and it will take some time until we get there and be able to put it on the table.
Thank you. So we have presented to you, I would say, one side of the future of scalability, which is cross-chain. Of course, there are many different initiatives and options that are covered in different panels of this conference. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you, Ansgar, for coming and challenging us a little bit. We needed that. Thanks, Vijay, thanks us. Thank you, audience. Any questions that we should take, or we can wrap it up? Thank you. Okay, I see timing. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Danielle, for the panel about the future of scalability of blockchains. Now, next up, I got to say this is definitely my favorite, because I'm a Berachain boy. I've been following these guys for close to 1.5 years now. Promised to develop products for them. I'm still going to do it, but I decided to pick another chain first, because development documentation came out a little bit unfortunate of the timing that I already started the project. But nonetheless, I will be deploying on Berachain as well. So next up on the stage, I would like to invite Gloria, who's going to be talking about Berachain fixes this, productive liquidity for applications. Now, I see a lot on Twitter as well, 200 billion market cap that they're going to go for, and all the liquidity that's going there. Uga Buga, Hanlo Gloria.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, first of all, hey everybody, thanks so much for being here. I know conference has been very long. I'm hoping to wake you up with this talk. I've seen that there's a bunch of people working in the back. This is going to be a talk about kind of a pragmatic and practical approach to how to pick a developer ecosystem to build on in 2024. I'll talk a little bit about my background, but in general, I'm a builder. I studied computer science. I worked as an engineer in Web 2, and for me, this is kind of me talking to you as like a personal advice. Obviously, I work at Berachain, so there's going to be some points where we talk about Berachain. But in general, this is a talk. You as a builder, you're building a product. How do you select an ecosystem in 2024? What are the things to consider? And we're going to talk a little bit about Berachain. So my name is Camila. I lead developer evangelism at Berachain. So we're going to start with, traditionally, when we've thought of different ecosystems, different chains, there's been this blockchain trilemma that we have been kind of taught to consider. These three factors: speed, security, decentralization. And kind of my thesis and the thesis of Berachain, and I've heard Smokey and other people at Berachain say this, is that over the last X amount of time, these three things have kind of converged to be the same across all ecosystems. Obviously, there's differences. Obviously, there's nuance. But for the most part, when you look at speed, security, decentralization of L1s, especially these new L1s, they're kind of all converging to the same thing. So given that these are all kind of the same thing, what are the actual considerations that you should take when deciding on what to build? So I posit that the things that you should actually be considering in 2024 are the following: liquidity, ecosystem, and distribution. So let's start with liquidity. I'm going to give you guys a crash course on liquidity because just to kind of all be on the same page. And one thing that I thought was really interesting is I found this quote on Twitter, and it says, best to be aware that liquidity comes from people. I think in general, when we think about liquidity, when we think about liquidity on an ecosystem, we think of it as a number, we think about TVL, or we think about some other metric. But I think the real important thing to consider here is that liquidity is like an indicator of people's interest. And liquidity has to come from somewhere. It's not just something that like exists out of thin air. Someone has to provide this liquidity. So when we're talking about ecosystems with deep liquidity, it's an indicator that there's a lot of interest and that there's either a lot of activity or going to be a lot of activity. So 99% of successful on-chain apps need liquidity to function. Even if we're talking about non-DeFi apps, most applications in crypto use some sort of crypto economic incentive, and because of this, liquidity matters. So let's define liquidity real quick. It's a measure of how easily assets can be swapped either for other assets or for them to be changed to cash. And the key part here is without it significantly affecting its price. So if you've ever tried to do a swap on, maybe like you've participated in meme coin season on Solana, you try to do a swap, it'll give you a little message that says, this can have significant price impact. Consider doing a swap at a lower quantity. If you've seen that message, that's kind of what this is getting at, is that if there's low liquidity and you try to do a swap for a big amount, or you try to like change this asset for something else, you're going to significantly affect the price because there's not a lot of liquidity there. And we'll talk about what this means exactly. But the point here is that someone has to provide liquidity for you to be able to do these actions, whether it be to trade, whether it be to borrow, whether it be anything that uses crypto economic incentives, someone has to provide this liquidity. And again, this isn't exclusive to trading. Any app that uses crypto economic incentives has to think about liquidity, whether this be even something like Farcaster. And the thing about crypto, right, is like if you're building something in crypto, you're most likely using crypto economic incentives. It's the differentiator of Web 2, right? So you're most likely using this. So let's talk about what it means for an ecosystem to have deep liquidity. It means that you can trade at the best price. And again, this has an asterisk. It's not necessarily trading as in like a swap or trading one asset for the other, but it means that you can interact at the best price, whatever that may mean, right? Like an asterisk, and minimal slippage. And what a lack of liquidity means is that there's a lot of change in price, high slippage, and it's likely an indicator of a lack of network activity, interest, signal. So this is where we're going to talk about Bearchain. So Bearchain is a modular EVM-compatible L1 powered by proof of liquidity. And before we get into what proof of liquidity means, I think it'll be really helpful to talk about what other blockchains use, what consensus means, and then talk about how proof of liquidity is powering really interesting applications on Bearchain. So POL is Bearchain's consensus mechanism that creates a flywheel of both liquidity attraction and retention through network incentives. But first, let's just cover our bases. When we say consensus mechanism, like what does that mean exactly? It's a mechanism by which the different nodes in the chain come to an agreement on the state of the chain. It's what approves transactions, what says, yes, this transaction is valid. Yes, I'm agreeing on the new state of the ledger. So let's talk about proof of stake, how consensus works on Ethereum so that we can have kind of like a base to compare to when we're talking about POL. So in proof of stake, users can stake 32 ETH to become a validator. Now you have the opportunity to become a validator, and with being a validator, you have the right to produce blocks. Validators on Ethereum are randomly selected to produce blocks, so you're not selected every single time. Some blocks you're not going to build. A block comes along, you're selected to build. You build that block, you get the fees from building that block, and in every other time where you're not chosen to build that block, you still get fees from being a validator and securing the network. And the kind of main point here is that being a validator is securing the network, right? You're one of the nodes that's contributing to the security by saying, I'm looking at all these transactions, I am attesting to the fact that yes, this transaction is valid, and I'm agreeing to the new state of the chain. So 32 ETH is locked in a smart contract, and now you have the right to be a validator and to help secure the network. What are kind of the downsides or the things that could be improved when we think about proof of stake? In proof of stake, you're locking all of this liquidity to secure the network. So if we think of 32 ETH, I don't know, at the current price, I don't know, it's a lot of money. And all of this liquidity is liquidity that's not in the ecosystem. It can't be provided to pools. It's not available for your users to leverage. So now let's talk about proof of liquidity. This is Berachain's consensus mechanism. So what we just talked about, proof of stake is Ethereum's, and proof of liquidity is Berachain. So the first step is that users provide liquidity to one of Berachain's native dApps. This can be the DEX. And so all of the Berachain apps start with a B, but they're the ones that we all know. So it's a DEX, it's lending, and it's perps. Here, just add a B. So by doing this, you now earn BGT. BGT is the governance token of the network. And with BGT, you can delegate to validators and earn rewards from the validators just like you would traditionally. Now, one of the things that's really interesting and that's different from proof of stake is now with BGT, as a governance token holder, you can vote on which apps get what we call network emissions. So let's say that you're building an application and you're like, hey, I want to use this new primitive that we're calling network emissions to use in my application. And when we talk about emissions, it's literally like money, funds that your application can use. So I can say, I'm a BGT holder. I think this project is really cool. I think they're long-term aligned. Whatever other rationale you have, I want to vote for this app to get BGT emissions. And only the people who are BGT holders can do this. And like zooming out a bit and not really looking at the steps, the thing that's really interesting here is that in order to become a validator, it's not just about staking ETH. It's not just about having money and being like, I have a lot of money and I'm going to stake it, now I can earn rewards. The action is now gated by doing something very valuable for the ecosystem, which is providing liquidity that now the whole ecosystem can leverage. And this is kicks off a really cool flywheel where it has this effect that it attracts new users and it attracts new teams. So let's just go through it quickly. A user comes, they provide liquidity. Now they earn BGT. With this BGT, they can earn rewards through delegating to a staker. By doing this, now there's deeper liquidity, right? Because I gave some liquidity, now there's more liquidity than there was before. As a developer, as a team, you want to go somewhere where there's deep liquidity for the reasons that we just talked about, right? Applications need liquidity. It's something super important to consider when building. And again, it's an indicator of kind of the activity and interest on a chain. If there's more teams, there's more interesting applications, there's more things to do on the chain. This attracts more users. As new users come in, they provide liquidity because they want to earn fees, and because they want to do governance. And it kicks off this flywheel that incentivizes sticky liquidity. So there's a lot of kind of ecosystems out there that do, all of them. Like crypto is a game of incentives, right? So every ecosystem has an incentive to bring liquidity to their chain, whether this be airdrop, whether this be retro PGF, whether this be grants. These are all different ways for ecosystems to get liquidity. And now what happens is that, okay, you've gotten liquidity, success, and then a month later a new chain launches that's doing an airdrop, that's going to do retro PGF, that's going to do something else. People, what do? They take their liquidity, they bridge it over because they want airdrop. And it kind of becomes this musical chairs game of people moving their liquidity around, which is not really great for the ecosystem because now all of your liquidity is gone. So what's really cool about this is it incentivizes sticky liquidity, liquidity to come and liquidity to stay. Okay, and now let's talk about the other two, ecosystem and distribution. Berachain, a lot of people ask me Cami, why did you join Berachain? There's so many cool projects in the space. What made you decide on Berachain? Berachain has a super, super strong developer ecosystem with over 250 teams building, and they're pre-mainnet. And I think for anybody that's been working in the space for a while, that's pretty rare. It's really difficult for a team to get to that level, and Berachain has this really, really strong ecosystem. And the more projects you have, you kind of have these new opportunities that don't really exist on chains where there's not that many ecosystem projects. And when we talk about distribution, I think this is one of the most important things for teams because at the end of the day, right, you're building a product and you want users. So if you're building on a chain with no users, you're going to have a very hard time. And for those who don't know, I'll speed run really quick. Berachain started, its kind of origins were an NFT collection. These NFT holders became super cult-like, and there's these diehard, bear holders, and a lot of things kind of came out of this initial NFT collection. So they have this very cult-like following that spans the globe. And this is my favorite slide in the whole talk. I'm actually going to stand over here because I think I'm probably blocking it when I stand there. When you think about building something, right, your goal is to have users because you want to make money. If you don't have users, you don't make money. So your options are, you can build a product in an ecosystem with lots of users, or you can build a product and try to attract users to a new ecosystem. You can say, hey, I'm building on this chain. I'm just going to make up a chain, diamond chain. And I promise it's a cool chain. My app is really cool. You should come join this ecosystem to use my chain. Or you can go to an ecosystem that already has a ton of users and say, I'm building this cool app, and there's already a ton of distribution for you. A is exponentially easier than B. And as a builder, like, this should be one of the key considerations that you're taking when thinking about where do I build. I put this tweet here, and I'm going to scoot over here. And basically, the gist of this tweet is, I think in the end, L1s and L2s that are successful are actually going to feel a lot more like traditional brands. I think there's a group of people in crypto, Twitter, and just in crypto in general that say, we should be building headless protocols. And by headless, they mean kind of like where your brand is kind of abstracted away, and no one really knows that they're using you, and like users won't really care in the end what they're using in the background because they're not going to know. My thesis is, I think the most successful ecosystems will feel like brands. They'll be known for their brands. They'll be known for their names. And the more success you have at building a strong brand, I think is going to matter in the next 10 years. So Berachain has this like really awesome brand that they're working on. And honestly, I think in the long-term game, this is going to mean something for distribution. So TLDR, Berachain, POL, chain with mechanism to attract and keep liquidity. You turbocharge applications with BGT emissions. It's EVM compatible. All the best developers in the world can start building on it today with minimal friction. Cult-like following, great distribution, healthy ecosystem. It's one of the best places, I think, in crypto to build on today. I'm going to leave some links here. I know, obviously, you can't click on these, but I'm going to put this whole presentation on my Twitter so that you can click on this. Also, if you take a picture, you'll be able to access it. But these are the resources that I think are best for thinking about starting to build on Berachain. We have the Build-A-Bear incubator, this resource with kind of all the docs and all of the interesting writing around POL and beyond, and the Berachain handle. And that's it. Thanks so much. Oh, there's questions. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Are there any questions? I forgot we can take questions. It's okay. Say a little bit louder. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to answer from my point of view. I didn't create the chain, right? So I'm just going to give you kind of my point of view. I think there is something to be said around building an ecosystem and a brand that is your own versus kind of like an offshoot from something else. Again, I wasn't around in the very, very early days. There's team members actually that are here. Maybe they can give you a better call. But that's kind of my take. Like if I was building something today, that would be kind of my answers. Like if I'm an L2, there's certain kind of like restrictions that come with building an L2 versus an L1. Any other questions? Okay, cool. If anyone wants to chat, has any other questions, I'll be around after this.
All right. Now my project's name is actually Moonblast, which is native normally on Blast, but I have already Berachain testnet integrated. Now Gloria did convince me kinda to maybe we should just convert it and just launch it on Berachain native first instead of on Blast. So I'm just gonna call it out one more time, like Ooga Booga, let's go Berachain. However, as the next one, we also have other networks in the industry that are amazing, right? Networks that have already delivered, networks that have already went to mainnet and done something good for the industry. One of those networks is Arbitrum, right? So as a next speaker, I'm gonna bring it up on the stage. We will be talking, like I just said, about Arbitrum. So I'd like to welcome to the stage speaker. Nina, right? Nina, yeah. Actually, I had to guess.
No worries. How do I get the slides up?
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming to my presentation. Any arbiters down there, if you use Arbitrum? Woo! Arbitrum is freedom. Thank you all. Nina here from the Arbitrum Foundation. I'm the head of ecosystem development at Arbitrum. I've been with the ecosystem for 3 years. And today I have a very exciting presentation about the new Arbitrum Orbit technology. Raise your hand if you know that any developers can use Orbit Tech to build a layer 2 or layer 3 with Arbitrum Tech. Ooh, nice. Anyone have a favorite Arbitrum layer 2 or layer 3 in mind? Yeah? What's your favorite Arbitrum layer 2 or layer 3? Which one? I can hear you, but... Oh, Rarible. Yes, that's one of the first layer 3 we have. Cool. So today I'm going to be the advocate of the Arbitrum Orbit Tech. We're going to talk about the customizability, and that's exactly why layer 3s or top tier 1 projects like Rarible is choosing Arbitrum Tech for their own chain. So let's first talk about Arbitrum for those who don't know us yet. We are a Ethereum scaling solution. We provide ultra-fast, very cheap transaction that's about 10 to 50 times cheaper than Ethereum Layer 1, especially after the most recent EIP 4844. And we have security directly derived from Ethereum with active fraud proof. So users can have a very good experience without worrying about the security of the fund. And if you're a developer, we are completely EVM compatible. You can just use the exact same code you used to build on Ethereum Layer 1, drop it into Arbitrum, it will work. And currently we have 3 core products. The first one is Arbitrum One, which is our flagship chain, DeFi chain. We also have Arbitrum Nova, which is our gaming chain. And most importantly, Arbitrum Orbit, which is the product I will dive into the deepest today. But before that, I want to talk a bit more about Arbitrum One. I'm sure this is probably the one that you guys are most familiar with. So Arbitrum One has been around for almost 3 years. We have about 17 billion TVL in our ecosystem. This is the largest DeFi chain today besides Ethereum Layer 1. We are 47% of the Layer 2 market share. We have about 2,000 dApps, if not more. Obviously, permissionless blockchain, so I do not keep count, but at least 2,000 is my estimation. We have about 21 million unique addresses. And some of our most notable clients are Franklin Templeton, Fiat, Norwegian government. Most recently, we announced a partnership with Robinhood as well. So a lot of exciting things are happening on Arbitrum One ecosystem. And here's my favorite stats that I always want to show. This is not accurate anymore because since 2 days ago, we passed 1.7 million ETH in the ecosystem. We are I believe, the number 4 largest contract that's holding ETH. So we have an enormous amount of ETH in our ecosystem, showing that the Ethereum community have so much trust in Arbitrum to put their long-term assets in here. And you can see that we have more ETH than all the other chains combined. Cool. Now, Arbitrum Orbit. This is very exciting. So let me talk about different types of Orbit chain we have. So Arbitrum Orbit basically allows any developers to permissionlessly use the same technology as Arbitrum One or Nova to build their own chains. And there are different ways they can do it. They can build a layer 2 in parallel of Arbitrum One or Nova and settles on Ethereum Layer 1. Or they can build layer 3s that directly settles on Arbitrum One or Nova. Or they can build a layer 3 that settles on other layer 2s like Optimism or Base. And what's exciting is that yesterday we actually, there's a proposal in a DAO that to allow builders to build a layer 2 on top of a BNB or even Bitcoin. Because we receive a lot of requests from Bitcoin, BNB, Avalanche, all the layer 1 builders that they want to build layer 2s on not Ethereum Layer 1, but on other Layer 1s. So there are all kinds of different chains you can spin up with the Arbitrum technology. It's all the same tech stack, but we are branching out to different ecosystems. So what are the benefits of Arbitrum Orbit chain? First, like I mentioned, it's EVM compatible. You can use the Solidity just as the way you use in Ethereum Layer 1. You can have your own custom gas token, which is very appealing for many developers because you can design your tokenomics in a way that it has utility. And the utility is your gas token, which is critical to your chain usage. You can have a simplified governance. We have governance independently govern themselves and define the governance system. You don't have to follow our governance. You have the freedom to decide, make your own decisions from your own community. It also has alternative data availability. If you want to use Celestia, if you want to use EigenLayer, you're free to do so. We have that supported. And the big question we want to ask before, or for anybody to dive into the Arbitrum Orbit tech is, why would you want your Arbitrum chain, right? First, why would I need my own chain? And second, why would I choose Arbitrum tech, not other tech stack that's out there, very competitive market? So, because like I mentioned, Arbitrum is freedom. This is the slogan we have. This is what our community believes in, because Arbitrum is freedom. And why is that? It's because customizability. If you're a builder, you want to launch your own chain, you want to be able to make your own decisions. You don't have to build a chain that's exactly like Arbitrum 1 or Nova. You can design the parameters, you can design so many things that will allow the chains to be built in a way that serves your community. And for example, first is you can go beyond Arbitrum. Obviously, by default, you will have the same updates, the technical updates as Arbitrum 1 or Nova technology. But if you don't want that, you can choose to not update your chain. If you don't want that, you can decide to update your chain in the way you want. And second, is the increased gas price reliability. So many types of dApps rely on predictable transaction costs, and Orbit chains are isolated from public Arbitrum traffic. Arbitrum 1 is one of the largest chains now. If you don't want to have price volatility, building your own chain will ensure that you have control over that. And there's a native account abstraction. If you want to do a zero gas fee experience with Arbitrum Orbit tech, you can easily do that. There's a customizable protocol logic. This is one of my favorite. If you don't like the way the transaction is settled, if you don't like our governance protocols, you don't have to follow the Arbitrum 1 or Nova's design, right? If you can play around with different designs. You can be your own boss. There's a security derived on Ethereum Layer 1. And many cases, one of the most interesting cases I see is permissioned access. A lot of clients are trying to launch a chain that's legally regulated compliant. And one of the things they have to do in order to achieve that is to have permission access. So with Arbitrum 1 or any other general ecosystem, there's no way you could do that. But with your own chain, there are a lot of things you can play around with KYC users, with who can access your chain, what kind of transparency you have on the chain. Is this the ethos of crypto? I don't know, but this is the first step where crypto start meeting the regulation requirements. And how this works is that now any team can permissionlessly deploy Layer 2 and Layer 3 as long as they agree. If it's a Layer 3 not settling to Arbitrum 1 or Nova, they need to, or Layer 2 that's in parallel of Arbitrum 1, they need to contribute 8% of a sequencer profit to Arbitrum DAO and 2% to developer guild. If you're a developer in the audience, I really welcome you to contribute to the Arbitrum tech stack. You will be part of the 2% developer guild. We really are in the initiative of decentralizing our tech stack development, and if you are interested, please come and talk to me and we can discuss. And if you choose to launch your own chain with Orbit technology, we have a lot of partners that are already supporting this technology, Layer 0, MetaMask, some of the most commonly used tools that you guys are already very familiar with. And let's look at who is building Orbit today. First, we have Sides, a Layer 3 antitrust chain. It's gaming specific. very interesting. Recommend to check it out. And then there is other side NFTs. ETHDAO already approved using Arbitrum Orbit tag for their own chain. Not sure if you see, Azuki is going to be launching their own chain with Arbitrum tag as well. We're going to be getting more and more tier 1 brand into the Arbitrum Orbit ecosystem. Treasure obviously grew up in the Arbitrum community, still part of Arbitrum community, decided to launch their own Orbit chain. Kinto compliant layer 2 rollup for institutions, Frame.xyz, proof of play. All of these are very exciting projects that's in the ecosystem. I see a lot of people are taking pictures. I do encourage you to all check out some of these projects. They are really awesome builders, and they are really good partners of our ecosystem. So, as a builder, how do you start building on Arbitrum Orbit? Here's are some links and documentations that you can play around with. Obviously, you can get in touch with me after this, and I'll be able to answer some questions. I will leave this page on for people to take notes and take pictures. At the same time, anybody have any questions, I'd love to open the floor for it. Go ahead. The question is Orbit a sidechain as Arbitrum? No, we don't have a tag stack of sidechain. As I mentioned, Orbit is either a layer 2 tag or layer 3. Will be helping you to connect with the Chainlink team, and they will be willing to build support for your chain. Will they be in? So I think this really depends. Chainlink has their own requirements in terms of like what sort of what kind of token pair they support. So obviously it has to be something they can realistically get accurate data for. So it's case by case. Yeah. Go ahead.
Interoperability is supported with an L3. Thanks. So for example, like if you want to communicate with like a Uniswap or some other smart contract that would be on like layer 1 or layer 2, does it need to be deployed specifically on layer 2 that you're settling to? Does it need to have like a layer 3 presence? Like how do you manage interoperability from your L3, let's say, to any other smart contract?
So there are two ways we can do this. First one is if you are layer 2 settled on Ethereum layer 1 or layer 3 that's settled on Arbitrum 1, obviously you're going to have a bridge between your blockchain and the settlement layer, right? So that's very easy, straightforward. And another thing is now there's like layer 0, all this bridging project they can help you with. The third is that the chief scientist at Off-Chain Labs has proposed an idea of chain cluster, meaning that, for example, if Uniswap launch a chain and let's say GMX, which is a large perp in our ecosystem, they also launches a chain, and they're both really big DeFi protocols, and they want to talk to each other. And they can say that let's all use the same sort of a design, same sort of API in our chains, and two of us can talk to each other. So this is the idea of a chain cluster where you don't necessarily need to be interoperable to everybody out there because if you're DeFi, you probably have a few partners you work close with. If you're gaming, you probably have a few partners you work closely with. Then you can build your own small group of a chain cluster that can seamlessly have bridge with each other. Cool. Go ahead.
Hi. We actually trying to choose between Arbitrum and OpenStack as well. And what should we consider if we choose Arbitrum, not OpenStack?
With OP-Stack?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So the question is, what's the difference between Arbitrum Orbit and OP-Stack? So I think the first, Optimism doesn't have an active fraud proof. They have been saying this since 3 years ago, and 3 years later, I'm still saying this. For anybody who doesn't understand, fraud proof is the mechanism that secures a chain. If a layer 2 doesn't have an active fraud proof, its fund could be at risk. It hasn't happened yet, but doesn't mean it won't happen. And Arbitrum fraud proof is live since day one, since 3 years ago I joined. So that's the primary difference. Second is, I don't have the slides here today, but there's a chart out there that compares the transaction finality speed between all the chains. And Arbitrum, we're sitting at a quarter of a second. We're the fastest among all the chains. Optimism, I believe, is about 2 to 3 seconds. So depending on what you're building, if it's a gaming project, that's critical because no gamer wants to wait for 3 seconds until like they see the result. For DeFi users, similarly, they probably want to have a better finality experience as well. So that's a really big UX part. And I don't know if you're building layer 2 or layer 3. For layer 3, Arbitrum 1 has the largest liquidity. And similar to the answer the question before, if you are a layer 3 on Arbitrum 1, you have seamless bridge between Arbitrum 1, meaning that you can tap into the 17 billion TVL that's currently sitting on Arbitrum 1. And that's really beneficial for DeFi protocols or gaming protocols that hopes to get a deep liquidity on their token. So I think that's the 3 advantages I can have off the top of my head. I have a lot more, but I will not be going down the list today.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Cool. Thank you all for coming to the presentation. I would love to connect if anybody is building Arbitrum, and hope you have the great rest of the days.
All right. We have about a 15-minute break right now. Next speaker will be at 5 p.m. So go take a snack, go have some drink, refresh yourself, go quickly to your toilet. See you guys back at 5.
Hello, how are you?
All right, here we go. So we do have the boss. Is the screen working? Here we go. So for our next topic, based versus non-based sequencing, converging the parts. Now this is not an easy topic, I assume. When we look at blockchains itself, like there's a lot of things going on in the whole industry. Now, right now, we had Chain today, we had Arbitrum today. Now another layer 2 that's very hot and hyped is definitely Scroll. So I'm more than happy to welcome to the stage Togrul.
Thank you. Oh, I'll just. Hello, everyone. My name is Togrul. It says contributor, but I actually just complain about things on Twitter. I don't really do much at Scroll. So today we're going to be talking about based versus non-based sequencing and the converging paths of them. Well, actually, there's a bit of a rug pull. I'm actually going to talk about why rollup decentralization matters first. I think I was just a bit too tired, and I was like, base sequencing is a bit too complex, so I'll just write something about decentralization. So yeah, let's start with the obvious. Decentralization is important. Why though? Like, why do we even care about decentralization? Because a lot of people are just using that term to virtue signal and say, oh yeah, we're aligning with the values, but why should we care about decentralization? I mean, is decentralization the end goal or just the means to an end? And I would actually argue that it's the latter, it's the former. It's actually means to an end, because if we can achieve the properties that we desire from decentralization, otherwise we don't need decentralization, because decentralization introduces overheads, etc. And it's not very useful if we already have those properties. So what are those properties? One is real-time censorship resistance. So what that means is we're trying to maximize real-time inclusion guarantees. So for example, if a user sends a transaction, what would be the probability of that transaction being immediately included or included as soon as possible? And with decentralization, we try to maximize that property and to maximize the probability of that transaction being included as fast as possible. The second one is liveness. So what is liveness? Liveness is the maximization of the guarantees that the protocol will continue functioning as expected. So for example, if you expect the protocol to be producing blocks on average once every 12 seconds, liveness guarantees basically ensure that we maximize the property of producing those blocks every 12 seconds. But you might have noticed that I didn't really talk about safety much. Don't we really care about safety? Well, we do, but decentralization doesn't really help with that, and I'll explain why. So if you run a full node, you actually don't need safety guarantees from the protocol. And the reason why that's the case, if let's say a leader for a certain slot in Ethereum proposes a block with an invalid transaction in it, or proposes a block that has an invalid state transition, the full node will just reject it. So there's no reason why you should care whether the protocol guarantees the security or not, the safety or not, because even if the honest majority votes for that invalid block, your node will still reject it as long as it's honest. So it doesn't really matter what the rest of the community or the rest of the consensus thinks about that particular block or a transaction. So protocol safety guarantees are only relevant to light nodes or light clients, which means that, for example, if you run a client that only verifies the headers or the consensus correctness, you kind of rely on the consensus to ensure that the transactions were validly processed. And so you need the safety guarantees there. So I'm not sure if you want to say that decentralization, safety is necessary for decentralization is necessary for safety or not, but like it's a judgment call whether you want to see it from the view of full nodes or any user whatsoever. But as you might rightly point out, is people, including myself, have been shouting that rollups inherit censorship resistance and liveness guarantees from the base layer. Why are we talking about this right now? Well, it's It's a bit of an iffy subject. It's a yes and a no answer. So rollups inherit conventional censorship resistance and liveness guarantees from the base layer. And basically that means that there's a certain timeline. So I don't know, like let's say you allow for a period of 1 day within which you guarantee that that transaction is going to be included, but you cannot guarantee that it will be included immediately. So there's no way by default for rollups to maximize that property. There are certain tricks how you can improve that, but I'll delve into that in a bit. So for example, in Ethereum, that T is typically very large. So the period within which you guarantee, it's either 12 or 24 hours. And that might be useful for certain applications or certain types of use cases, but that's not actually useful for a lot of applications. So for example, what if the sequencer is censoring an Oracle price update? So let's say there's a lending protocol that wants to liquidate a position because the price dropped below the margin rate, and basically you're waiting for the price update to come in for you to liquidate that position. But let's say that the person whose position is about to be liquidated has paid the sequencer to censor them, to censor the price update transaction. So what happens now? Well, you have to wait for the 12 or 24 hours to be included, actually. And by that time, it might be the case that the price dropped very low, and basically the liquidation point has passed, and now the lending protocol is left with a lot of bad debt. And so I don't think it's a really good approach when it comes for these kinds of use cases. So how does decentralization help in this case? Well, in this case, we can say that roll-up decentralization means sequencer decentralization. I'll ignore the complexities of like ZK rollups having prover decentralization or challenger decentralization in the case of optimistic rollups, etc. It's too long and too boring to explain. And so decentralization enables rollups to drastically improve real-time censorship resistance guarantees and liveness guarantees. So now I'm going to unrug and get back to the original subject, based versus non-based sequencing. What is that, and why are they converging paths? So base sequencing was originally proposed by Justin Drake about a year ago, maybe a bit earlier than that. Basically, the idea of base sequencing is you deprecate the role of a sequencer specifically for rollups. And instead what you do is you have rollup specific searchers, which are basically entities similar to how Ethereum has searchers who look for certain profitable transactions and construct batches or sometimes blocks out of them to be produced. Similar would happen here, where you have L2 specific searchers that would basically scour the L2 mempool and look for the transactions to be included in a batch and produce that batch. And basically, the searchers are expected to construct those orderings or batches and then submit them to the base layer. And by base layer in this case, I mean Ethereum. And there are certain benefits that this brings. So one, it basically means that you have negligible overhead over just operating an L1 because you don't really have a special consensus, you don't have staking, you don't need anything like that. You just have a certain number of dedicated searchers who are picking transactions and submitting them to the L1. And another benefit from the perspective of Ethereum is that some of the value accrued by the rollup through MEV or fees, etc., is shared with the base layer, because by default, there's no reason for the rollup to maximize the value shared with the base layer. It just wants to share as much as is necessary to have the data published and to have any necessary execution done. But this allows you to actually have a bit of a fairer system in which the value is shared in a more fair way. From the perspective of Ethereum, again, I think with a lot of rollup operators, they would actually say that it's not really fair, but let's just ignore it for now. And additionally, Justin Drake himself and also quite a few people claim that base sequencing enables rollups to inherit the base layer's guarantees for real-time censorship resistance and liveness. Unfortunately, that's not quite true. And The reason why it's not quite true is because the L1 doesn't really have access to the L2 mempool by default. And so unlike the situation in an L1 where, let's say, the builders in a PBS scenario, the way Ethereum works right now, if the builders are censoring for a long time, at a certain point, the leader for a slot can just ignore the block proposed by the builder and say, oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of transactions being censored, and I'm just going to propose a block with all those censored transactions. This is not the case here. There's no way you can do that because the L1 validators don't have access to the mempool. So you rely on special entities to basically pick up those transactions and retranslate them to the L1. And so the properties for censorship resistance and also liveness are quite different in this case. And there are also disadvantages to the vanilla-based sequencing. And notice how I added the word vanilla, because there are certain modifications that can be done to either alleviate or improve those disadvantages. And the first disadvantage is that by default, you don't have any fast pre-confirmations. So the way centralized rollups work, and also rollups with their own sovereign sequencing works, is that they can give you really fast confirmations within like milliseconds or seconds, and not wait for Ethereum. You can still wait for it if you want to maximize your security, but for a lot of use cases, you're fine with just a pre-confirmation. And you can get the same property once you decentralize in a non-based way, but with based, there's no way you can actually do it by default because you just have some entities submitting batches on the L1. So there's no way to ensure that those confirmations can hold. And then the second problem, again, by the vanilla, you can kind of solve it. I'm still skeptical about the solution to this problem, but certain people claim that they can. The value accrued by the L2 is not shared with the rollup-specific actors. So in this case, it would be provers or challengers, because all the value is given back to the L1 or to the searchers who are constructing the block. By default, there's no way you can share it. And it's a bit problematic, especially for ZK rollups, because in ZK rollups, the majority of the value of the cost is borne by the provers rather than the sequencers, or in this case, searchers and provers, and therefore you decrease the pool of provers that are operating in the network. So I think I've talked enough about base sequencing. Let me just cover non-base sequencing a bit. So non-base sequencing is basically any sequencing that is not based. There are multiple approaches you can take, but in most cases, it just means that you have a sovereign classic consensus. And what I mean by a sovereign classic consensus is a BFD-style consensus, say Tendermint or Hot Stuff or any other classic consensus that is not Nakamoto. And by sovereign, I mean it functions independently from the base layer consensus. So in this case, for example, take Scroll. In theory, if Scroll adopts this approach, you would have the sequencer, the sequencing basically run an independent consensus from the Ethereum consensus. And unfortunately, there are certain disadvantages here as well. And basically, they mirror the advantages of the base sequencing. So the main one is you get worse real-time censorship resistance and liveness guarantees versus base sequencing, vanilla base sequencing. And so why is the title saying that they will converge? Because they seem quite different paths in an attempt to solve the same problem. So why am I saying that they'll converge? So simple questions. How do you improve confirmation times of base sequence rollups? Well, you just add a sovereign classic consensus, which means that you're essentially emulating what non-base rollups do, sequence rollups do, but for base sequence rollups. So how it will work is essentially it would act as a finality gadget, so you would have the happy path where it's just base sequencing, and then on top of that, you would have this finality gadget to basically finalize it for you. So basically, to a certain degree emulates what Ethereum does, where you have an ebb and flow protocol, which has the happy path of an Okamoto consensus and then a classic consensus that adds finality on top of it. And how do you improve real-time censorship resistance guarantees and liveness guarantees for non-base sequence rollups? Yeah, I guess you should have guessed the answers by now based on what I was implying before, is real-time censorship resistance guarantees and also liveness guarantees quite drastically. It's still going to be a bit worse than base sequencing, but other advantages still stand. So I think it can stand on its own legs, and I don't see how this is much worse than an upgraded base sequencing approach. So I think what I described before, and I can go further into the detail, I just don't have enough time. Basically, an ideal base sequence rollup looks similar to a non-base sequence rollup, and an ideal non-base sequence rollup looks like a base sequence rollup, and that's the end game for both. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, I think actually what you just said, I think is exactly kind of how I see things. The first few years of rollups was really about kind of getting kind of teams started, like people just like figuring out what are the very basic kind of ingredients for having a rollup. Basically, you have to have your entire own chain. You have to not only have the chain, you have to build your ecosystem. Basically, just the very basics. I think we're basically now at a point where that phase is basically complete. You actually have each of these rollups now has an ecosystem. They have their chain running. They're getting more and more green segments over on L2 beats. Like the fundamentals are like starting to come together. And I think now we are starting to see more sophistication or more focus on actually thinking about the specifics of, hey, a layer 2 is not just a copy of the base chain, right? Like actually layer 2s have their own kind of design trade-offs. And if we want to like start thinking about scaling, I don't think we have seen much scaling yet. Like, of course, you can say that just having instead of one chain, having multiple small chains, that's already a form of scaling. But I think actually there's a long ways to go. I think individual rollups can scale a lot. But for that, you have to actually to start really thinking deeply about what it means specifically for layer 2 to scale and what different trade-offs they have to make versus the base chain and everything. And we're starting to see really like roadmaps for that emerge and people to take that more seriously, which again, you couldn't do before you had these basics. You have to take the first steps before you can take the second steps. But I think we are really at this transitionary moment in time.
Thank you. Togrul, how does it look from your side?
I think I would like to say that I think I personally naively, when I started working on rollups, there were certain things that I underestimated the complexity of and naively thought that it would be solved relatively easy. And specifically, there are two things. One is sequencer decentralization. I don't know why. I think in around 2020, it was always in my head that, yeah, if we want to do it, we can do it in like a month. It's not that difficult. Just slap on a consensus, call it a day, that's it. Just go. And the second problem that I think is even more difficult to solve, that I also personally underestimated, is multisigs and how to deal with multisigs. Because again, I just feel like, okay, yeah, whatever, at some point your code becomes relatively stable and it's battle tested and you're fine, yeah, just remove the multisig. But now that scroll has around 200 million TVL, I'm like, oh, do I want to remove it? I'm a bit scared what happens if there's a bug. And I think for Arbitrum, it's even a bigger problem. Arbitrum has, what, around 20 billion TVL? So imagine the effort and like the self-assuredness it takes to actually remove that multisig just like that and call it YOLO. So I think those are two things that, there are certain improvements in both of them, but those are the two things that I personally, like looking back, underestimated quite a bit the complexity of, and hopefully soon we'll get improvements of both of them.
So I think a while back, Steven Goldfeather, the founder of Off-Chain Labs, tweeted something about if you want to onboard next billion of users, we need to onboard next million of developers. And the reason he said that is that developer needs to build good product to attract the users. And I think for us, the reason we are really, really bullish about the Stylus tech stack is that that will allow Web2 developers to start using language like C, C++, to start building in the crypto world, right? Like if you look at a Solidity developer, the number of it is like very small compared to the entire Web2 developers, or now even AI developers. So I think that's a really big step. And with Stylus, we can also welcome builders from like Solana or blockchains that with Move languages to build on Arbitrum. So I think that's our initiative to onboard more developers and start bridging some of the gaps between fragmented developer resource and liquidity.
Let me do a follow-up question, which was not on the list, so this is a surprise. Because, like, you know, it seems, when I remember when I first looked at L2Bit, like, you know, there were like, I don't know, I could count those L2s on, you know, on two hands. And right now, it seems like, you know, everyone and my grandma also want to have their own roll-up. What do you think, like, how is it going to be develop? Like, I know that Arbitrum has a strategy of having, like somebody was laughing in Denver for 2025 orbit chains for 2025. Like, how is it going to, will we have like thousands of rollups, thousands of chains? How do you see it?
I think we'll definitely see a huge hype of blockchains. A lot of projects are building their own chains now because the meme is too strong. But personally, I think in a few months, this will die down. A lot of projects, they just don't need that much block space. Crypto is such a small group of people. Some projects have like 10 daily active users every day, and then they want their own blockchains. I think eventually people will start realize that they don't really need that much block space. What they need is interoperability. What they need is the liquidity, which is incredibly hard to bootstrap if you have your own chain. So I think this is a journey that the entire industry or layer twos have to go through together to first build a bunch of them and then realize we don't need them.
Togrul, what is your point? Like, are rollups new ICOs?
I actually made a joke a few months ago, and I said something along the lines of L2 SDKs is where irrelevant L1s go to die. Because like you can see it all the time. It's like all the L1s that have not achieved anything by now, they're like, oh yeah, how do we reinvigorate ourselves? Oh yeah, we're now L2s. Let's use Polygon CDK or OP Stack, whatever it is, or Arbitrum Orbit. Let's transform into an L2, and now we're like, yeah, now all of a sudden we become relevant. I actually think I would agree with Nina. I think it's just a fad that is going to die down. I think certain applications, I can see why you would need your own block space, but for a lot of them, it's just a justification to revive an irrelevant project or to just launch something that they can do a quick cash grab on and then move to something else. So yeah, I don't know. But also, I hope for your sake that we don't get 1,000 rollups, because I can imagine how difficult your job is going to be once we get to 1,000 rollups.
Yeah, Ansgar, now how from your perspective, like how EF is going, like looking into that, Cambrian explosion of different chains and having thousands of rollups?
EF is just going to YOLO it.
Yeah, I mean, of course the EF is just going to YOLO it because there's no EF. Like it's just like, we have individual researchers and some have opinions and I have opinions. But yeah, maybe my opinion is a little bit different. Like I would make the distinction between different tech stacks and then the individual chains, right? Within SDK, sometimes you have one tech stack and like 50, 100,000 different chains using the same tech stack. I think what we will see and keep seeing is a Cambrian explosion of the actual different tech stacks. Like initially we basically just had a few different approaches to getting like strictly EVM equivalent chains. Now we're seeing all these SVM chains, move chains, whatever chains. Like we see people experimenting with high throughput EVM chains that are no longer EVM equivalent, right? Like I think that makes sense just because we are starting to understand the kind of trade-off space for layer 2s more, and there is more sophistication in like going into the different niches. I think long term, as these evolutionary processes usually go, like we'll figure out the 1, 2, 3 approaches that make the most sense. Everything else will die out or find small niches to survive in, right? And then in terms of once we have figured out what the best tech stack is, how many, like will we end up in a world where it's like one big one or like 10 big ones, or is it like going to be 10,000 small ones? And that one, honestly, I just think we'll have to see where the tech goes. I don't think it matters so much on it, because either we find really good ways of operating, right? Like, for example, the way you can have a high throughput rollup is either you have one big virtual machine that runs at 100,000 TPS, or you just have 100 chains that run at 1,000 TPS, and you just somehow bundle them together. I don't think it matters, honestly.
Ansgar, I have an important question for you. Which SDK would you recommend to launch my L4 with?
I mean, obviously, whatever, but like, if you ignore the L4 in that sentence, I think in a couple of years that answer will be clear, right? And there will be one that makes the most sense. Why not?
Yeah, fair. I don't know. It's difficult for me to say.
Okay. You raised a very good point about like this, having thousands of different standards, different frameworks, and by scaling it this way, we secured the position of being the chain, like the crypto chain of the world. However, we also introduced fragmentation. You mentioned liquidity fragmentation. There is also a usage fragmentation. And our competitors, and I will not name names, they don't have to face it. Like they
Does it
YOLO.
start with S?
They just YOLO
That's
with
Olana?
Yeah, so they just YOLO with increasing those outputs. So how are we, speaking of L2 endgame, how are we going to deal with this fragmentation in the short term? Like not sometime in the future, but right now.
You can use local terminology for it. You just bridge and inshallah. I think there are two ways of looking at it. One is asset fragmentation, and other is standard fragmentation, in a sense that every single, and you know that better than I do, every single bridge of every single L2 is defined and built in a completely different way. And I can imagine what a nightmare it is for like bridge builders or wallet builders in order to be compatible with all of them, how much work it takes to actually be compatible. And I think the first step into solving this fragmentation would be to introduce some kind of a bridge standard, because I think from there we can create certain constructions that would allow assets to move faster, and we just need the underlying. So essentially Ethereum needs something like an IBC, but for rollups. I'm not sure how I would call them, and I'm not sure how it will work, but yeah, I think we need something like that to start even attempting to solve the fragmentation that currently exists.
I completely agree. I have nothing to add there. We need a standard.
Yeah, maybe. So I would say my default assumption would just be, and that's what I was saying earlier, like difference between tech stacks and chains. I think default assumption would just be that we'll have very few tech stacks winning out, and then just standardization by default. If everything happening in Ethereum is just inside different OP stack chains in the superchain, or scroll chains, or Polygon chains or whatnot, like they will internally be standardized. I think in order to make it that we don't end up in that world, we would need to find a really, really good interoperability solution across heterogeneous layer 2s, which we might or might not. I honestly don't know. We will see. I don't think the default case would be that outcome. But I also think in terms of, you said, like how can we with this fragmented ecosystem compete with other ecosystems? And I feel like that's the wrong lens. Like when I think about Solana, just to name name Solana, like I don't think the Ethereum ecosystem competes with Solana. I think Scroll competes with Solana, Arbitrum competes with Solana, Polygon competes with Solana, and of course the reason why Solana, if you just look at that one-on-one, of course Solana has more traction than each individual one of those, or like, I don't know, at least most of the individual ones, but that is just because building a layer 2 is such a new thing, and basically the getting off the ground is so much harder. We are past the step now, and I think now we will see like a lot of these layer 2s individually being able to compete much better, and then that we get these synergy effects within the entire ecosystem, that's just on top. That's an extra nice benefit that we'll get on top, but it's really about the individual competition in my mind.
I just wanted to add, are you just like passing all the responsibility to us now?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yes, that's exactly what the rollup-centric movement is about. Like minimum viable functionality on the base chain, and then it's your responsibility. Like literally, I want to just lean back. I want to just never touch the chain again, and you all have to make the Ethereum ecosystem win. Like that's literally your role.
So I'll just paraphrase it. I want to live a relaxed life and not stress at all, and you deal with all the pain.
Yes.
And that actually brings us very smoothly to the third question, because we're in another cycle, this type of cycles, and we kind of, last years were all about building infrastructure, and it was understandable. We had to build all those things. It was hard. We were experimenting, but we've waited kind of long enough. I think that right now we are at the stage that the infrastructure is maybe not ready yet, but almost ready. We are almost done with everything. If you look at L2Bit, everything is almost green already, but we are at the stage that we need to go mainstream. Like we need to actually bring users, bring liquidity, bring everything on chain. How to do it?
I think you brought me back to 2017 with that almost there. It's like sharding is almost there. Proof of stake next year. Promise. It's the same thing. Actually, no. I think I would agree that we're almost there. Or almost there. I don't want to put too much expectations on our shoulders. Well, Ansgar would love to do that, but I don't want to take that much responsibility. No, I'm just kidding. I think we solved a lot of the fundamental problems that we had. Like, for example, I remember chatting to Alex, who was supposed to be here, but he rugged us. 3 or 4 years ago, when there were rumors going around that Jordi from Hermes at the time was trying to build a Zk VM, and Alex was like, the way they're building is impossible. They're never gonna do it. And the tech improved so much that now we have 3, 4, 5 Zk VMs already live on the mainnet and more.
The Zk VM, I was sitting next to Bartek, and we were like, come on, we are expecting that it will take at least 3 years to get there, and it's already there. But yeah, let's get back to the topic. How do we get these mainstream users using our technology?
Parallelization. We parallelize EVM. That's how we do.
That's specifically, I think, the wrong question because, or the wrong answer, because it's no longer about that. We have a good technical roadmap. We're not at the end of the technical roadmap, but at least we know kind of roughly the direction. It will take a couple more years. But at some point, I think everyone in the ecosystem is in the ecosystem because we really, truly believe that blockchain have this potential to be super valuable for the world. So far, they are not. They're just not, right? And that's fine because when the internet was just chat rooms where you could be a cat and chat with an elephant, that was not actually adding value. That was fun, but not adding value. And trading meme coins is fun, but not adding value. We are actually getting... So much value. It's so much value. We're getting to a point where the tech stack is ready, and now we actually have to prove that our, that our belief that this is actually valuable is right? If 5 years from now we're still sitting here and we're like, oh, it's almost ready, and just you wait, mass adoption tomorrow, then we failed. And especially if we 10 years from now we still sit here and we're just like, yeah, the users will come, just you wait, now we actually have to prove out that there is actual demand, that this can actually turn into useful products. These useful products couldn't be used by 1 billion users tomorrow, but they could be used by 1 billion users in a couple of years. The tech will be ready. We have to now actually get to proving out that there's demand for this.
I actually would like to pretend to be Ansgar here and say, oh yeah, we've built the tech, guys, so it's now the responsibility of the devs to actually build cool apps on top of it. You see, now I'm passing responsibility to someone.
You're not there yet. In 3, 4 years, you can be like that.
Why are you so pessimistic? Why 3, 4 years? No, I agree. I'm just joking.
Nina?
I think actually the timeline aligns quite well. The tech will take another year or two. If you look at the regulators, you look at the traditional finance, fintech company, every time they 5 steps forward and 3 steps backward. So they're not moving faster than we are. So that kind of aligns. But in terms of Arbitrum, we have Franklin Templeton, we have Robinhood. So we are experimenting this with them, trying to understand how we can, how our technology can be better with what they have been doing for the past 100 years. So it's definitely a collaborative initiative, but we're holding hands with, educating them small steps at a time.
Okay, we still have some time, so we have time for my reserve question. And this reserve question was actually, kind of in our L2Bits interest. Because right now we've got those dozens of L2s, and as we already mentioned, we are expecting to be hundreds, if not thousands of them. And, it's obvious that not all of them will be as, as restrictive, as rigorous about security and as cautious about the user funds as you are, as Scroll and Arbitrum, all the others that were meant to be here with us. So I'm wondering, how do we deal with all those different, strange constructions that will be showing off? How do we make sure that, people don't YOLO into that and we lose as a whole community, as an ecosystem, when people lose money into them?
I'm going to share my 2 cents. I think we need to have some centralized entity like L2Beat to start educating developers and users of the risk of interoperability between different layer 2s and rollups. Then this could be bridge risk, this could be sharing the same tech stack. I just don't think there is enough analysis to be done as of today because all of this layer 2 rollup hype only happened for the past like 2-3 months. I think that's the first step. And second is, I think all the rollups should be putting a resource to analyzing where funds flows from rollup to rollup, aka monitoring actively how money flows from one chain to another, so that in the times of emergency, we have a very clear picture of what happened in a very short period of time. So that's my answer to it. I think we have a lot to be done in terms of that. And I will throw the hard question to the other panelists here.
Togrul.
Hello, hello. Can we start by agreeing that optimiums are not L2s? Like, if we set that as a baseline, I'll agree to discuss the rest.
Actually, it's a pity that Alex is not here because we've been discussing this with him in Denver quite a lot. I would say that discussions are happening.
I know. I've been on 2 Twitter spaces with Luca arguing that optimiums shouldn't be considered L2s. So if we set that as a baseline, I think we already have a good threshold for security there. Another thing, I don't know. I just feel like the more L2s become commoditized, the harder it will be for us or you specifically to explain to people what makes a secure and a not secure L2. Because I remember a couple of years ago when Metis did their off-chain DA thingy, and they still were trying to claim that they're a roll-up, and everybody was just repeating it. So it took the willpower of the entire community to convince everyone that they're not actually a roll-up anymore.
I actually, incidentally, I checked today that they are still under review on our assessment.
It's been 2 years.
Yeah, and I'm wondering because one thing I forgot to mention that one thing is that we will be calling out all those different systems, and we are actually waiting right now for some roll-ups to even improve even more in terms of maturity, so that we can actually diversify how we present different systems, to present them, to show those that actually do care and commit to security and those that maybe not so much. But I'm wondering, Ansgar, how to approach it. Something that I've heard in Denver, somebody was shilling, one person was shilling to another, Orbit chain that settles to base with Celestia SDA and Espresso shared sequencing. How do we assess it? How do we actually, figure out what to do with that?
That's a proper L2. I can tell you straight away.
Wow. Okay, I don't want to talk about the specific case, but in general, okay, well, yeah, my personal opinion. In general, the way I think about it is, I have some base trust that, in general, there are good teams out there that are trying to actually build proper systems, right? And if we make it easy for them to do that, and I think, for example, L2Beats has done just an invaluable job in just basically clearly just making it very clear for users and developers of these systems alike just what the categories are, what to focus on, and what checkboxes you basically have to tick to actually be on the right path. But I think ultimately this only gets us so far. If the payoff for cutting corners is too high, people will inevitably cut corners, and users will flow to the systems where people cut corners. We've seen this time and time again, right? And I think we have to make sure that the cost for doing the right thing is not too high. We have to make sure that the technical the difficulties for getting there is not too high. We have to make sure that, for example, also with DA, that safe DA is cheap enough that it's not literally an insane business decision to use safe DA. All these kind of things, we have to make it as easy as possible, and then I do think the people will do the right thing.
Can you please raise the gas limits?
What do you need the raised gas limit for?
Because when you decentralize, it's more expensive to settle on chain because you need to post more data and do more execution on chain.
So do you want more cheaper data or do you want cheaper execution?
Cheaper execution.
Cheaper execution, well, that's a tricky one. Possibly.
Please.
We can negotiate offline.
I can see someone there is already unhappy with what I'm saying.
Yeah, there is this initiative to pump the gas.
Let's not pump the tokens, let's pump the gas.
Yeah. So we are at the top of the hour. I'm out of questions, but I think that we can, we can reward someone from the audience for sitting with us to the very end. So if anybody has any question, I think we have at least time for one. Anybody? Yep. Yeah. Gentleman there. Can we get him a microphone?
Hey, I asked this question before with the Arbitrum Orbits talk, and I'm just curious about, or more curious about interoperability with like layer 3s and layer 2s. I'm already with a layer 2, right? Like if I want to call into Uniswap or some other kind of smart contract, that contract needs to be deployed in the layer 2 that I'm trying to access, right? If we now move up a layer to a layer 3, how does that picture or how does the story in terms of interoperability like unfold, right? All the way up, and then you guys are joking with like layer 4s. So like what is the vision for interoperability? Are we becoming more restricted and limited in terms of what you're able to access as you move up these layers? Will there be more overhead in terms of now organizations having to deploy to multiple different layers and different chains? Yeah, like what kind of like pain points do you guys see with these like added layers?
Sorry, is the question about, can you briefly summarize the question? I didn't think I get it.
Right. So like right now, for example, if you want to access Uniswap on like Arbitrum, right, or another layer 2, that Uniswap contract needs to be deployed on that layer 2, right? You can't just leverage the Uniswap contract that's on layer 1. As we move up to like layer 2s, layer 3s, how do I access, for example, Uniswap or some other kind of smart contract, right? You take your pick of smart contracts as you're moving up to these layers, right? So if I have a layer 3, how do I access another smart contract that's not on my layer 3, that's perhaps on like a layer 2? Does that make sense?
Let me rephrase it because like the audio is pretty bad and we don't hear, to be honest, much from what you're saying. Yeah. But if I understand correctly, you're asking about interoperability between those different chains, especially if we've got, it's already a problem with layer 2s, but if we got another layer 3s, so how, for example, we use a thing like Uniswap with this fragmentation, which we've been
exactly, it's a fragmentation problem, right?
Anybody wants to refer to that?
Nina, I'll pass the question to you.
So I think I briefly give the answer in my presentation that if you're building on top of Arbitrum 1 or Scroll or any other layer 2, you should obviously have a bridge between your settlement chain to your own roll-up chain. So that's that. And other than that, there's bridges like layer 0 that pretty much have act as a communication protocols between different chains. I think so far that's the only solution out there until maybe Ethereum Foundation figure out a standard for us to all communicate with each other.
It's coming back to you.
Not our responsibility, just to make it clear.
It is. He's just pretending that it's not.
Right, and that's the question too. Like, what are the pain points? So now there's going to have to be a bridge between every like layer 3 and every kind of smart contract that becomes unwieldy. Like, how do you see that becoming like a problem for people as they're developing now on these layer 3s?
I mean, I will say that I think there's a very big difference between interoperability within one rollup ecosystem and across heterogeneous ecosystems. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, of course, it's always easy to say it's a solved problem when in practice there's still a lot of work to do. Like, I think it's a solved problem for like interoperability if it's a homogeneous tech stack, right? Like all the different kind of copies or versions of an SDK of a rollup system or something, they'll figure out how to do good interoperability. What's much harder is how do we interoperate across all these like different individual ecosystems. And that, I think, is an open problem. As these things go, like no one cared about this 2 years ago, now people care, so now everyone focus on this. This means a lot of smart people will have a lot of great ideas. So we'll make progress, and then we'll see how far we can push that. I don't know, you have something smarter to say?
I want to emphasize that it's the two problem is of different scale, right? Like to have everybody interoperable with everybody else is like 1,000 times more difficult than having based on one protocol wanting to have interoperability with another chain, right? Like if you just like want to be interoperable with like 2-3 chains that you want to, then there's obviously a solution for that. But if you want everybody to be interoperable, then it's a way longer game plan and way longer discussion than it needs to be. But I don't know, as of today, I don't see anybody needs to be interoperable with everybody else because they really need it. I don't see that demand after today.
Right. And I mean, like being interoperable with everybody else is another story, but being interoperable with like specific contracts, right? That's something that I think a lot of contracts may want to be able to call into like Uniswap or some other kind of smart contract. Composability is a thing, right? And like crypto and blockchain. So if I decide to deploy a smart contract on like an Arbitrum Orbit layer 3, but I can't call out to any of these other smart contracts like Uniswap again, for example, doesn't that kind of like limit my, I mean, one that's going to be very limiting, right, for my contract. I would have to choose to deploy on like a layer 2 where Uniswap is already deployed. I guess my question is more of like, if these things are ready, right, and like we're there per se, or we're almost there, like there isn't, how is that being answered? Like how are we allowing people to be able to have that composability, right, but like up on these higher layers? Does that make sense?
Excuse me, I will wrap it up. Sorry about it, because we didn't hear anything at all, to be honest. So sorry about it. Let's put it, you know, outside. I'm quite surprised that nobody mentioned shared sequencing. Toggle, last chance, mention it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that when you're talking about interoperability within a single stack or an ecosystem, it's easy. It's only easy if you have shared sequencing, and at least from like all the current proposals, I haven't seen a very viable model. I'm like still not very bullish on shared sequencing as a whole.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that this will be actually the main theme of the next conference next year. It seems like that this is coming soon. Thank you very much for sitting with us until the very end. Please give a round of applause to our great guests.
Thank you.
Let me, at the end, shamelessly shield that if you want to look into any, specific attributes of those rollups, go to l2bit.com. And thank you very much for being here.
Optimiums are not
Thank you, everybody. That's an end to ETHDubai 2024. Hope to see you all next year. Do we have Vijay Chetty? Vijay Chetty? I don't think so. It's done?
I need to schedule anything finished.
So who's there? I almost said it's over. Is Vijay here? but I announced it's over for ETHDubai 2024. Hope to see you all next year. But I think there's one more, but I don't know whether to do this. So maybe it's not turned up. So now I'm a little embarrassed if he turns up, and then I'll be like, okay, so. Is Vijay Chatty here from Eclipse?